everybody. Good evening. Welcome to the Monday, May 8th City Council meeting. The time is 7:02 and we are calling our meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bowles.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos.
Here.
Mayor Big Stick.
Present. Friendly reminder, if you haven't put a parking pass on your dashboard, you can find them at the bottom of the stairs on the door. Please do grab one, just stick one on your dash. Make sure you don't get ticketed in our parking lot. And that having been said, the City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth as the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And I will lead us in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, were there any meeting information tidbits you wanted to?
Tonight's meeting will be held in person and hybrid via Zoom. The Zoom information is provided in the agenda, and the link is on the agenda. A call-in option is available at 1-669-900-6833 with webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. For those calling in, press *9 to raise your hand to speak on an issue. When the deputy clerk calls you by your screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, if dialing in, you can press *6 or the unmute button. And to begin your comment, please state your full name for the record.
Thank you very much. That brings us a special presentation, starting with a proclamation for Mental Health Month.
Mayor? I don't see Cindy. Sydney? Sorry, Sylvia.
Sylvia.
I don't see her. Do you?
Mayor Sylvia Tang is joining us from the San Mateo County.
Oh! Okay, great.
Via Zoom tonight. So I've just promoted her to a panelist.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just let me know when the time comes. So, this proclamation recognizes May 2023 as Mental Health Month in the City of Pacifica to reduce stigma, encourage, support, and promote wellness to address mental health and substance use conditions. Whereas in 2021, 1 out of every 8 San Mateo County adults likely had serious psychological distress in the past year. From 2019 to 2021, San Mateo County youth grade 7 and 11 reported chronic sadness and hopelessness, 29% and 43% respectively, in the past 12 months. And whereas every day millions of people face stigma related to mental health and substance use conditions and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. If left untreated, they face life expectancies 25 years shorter than the general population. And whereas while mental health conditions are common across all types of demographics, certain communities face inequitable access to services, including people of color, LGBTQ+ community, youth, and older adults. And whereas mental health and substance use conditions are treatable health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance use conditions can recover and lead full and meaningful lives. And whereas the City of Pacifica has joined the San Mateo County Mayor's Mental Health Initiative, where mayors across the 20 cities in San Mateo County have come together with the mission of promoting prevention and early intervention of mental health and substance use conditions of city residents. And whereas the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Office of Diversity and Equity, the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative, and partners are collectively organizing activities that our community can participate in throughout the month, including free in-person and virtual events, advocacy days, and social media campaigns. The 2023 theme is #Share4MH. Ongoing updates posted at www.smchealth.org/MHM. And whereas the City of Pacifica Council wishes to increase the public's knowledge of signs and symptoms of mental health and substance use conditions, in addition to professional self-help resources and self-care practices, now therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby recognize May 2023 as Mental Health Month in the City of Pacifica to enhance public awareness of mental health, to help end the stigma and direct members of the community to resources and support for mental health and substance use conditions, done this 8th day of May, 2023. Council members. Mary.
Okay, I'll go. I was kind of hoping to hear from Sylvia first. That's okay. Is that okay with you?
You want Sylvia to go first?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Welcome, Sylvia. Thank you for being here with us tonight. And please get us started.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Pacifica Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Beer. And I want to say good evening to all council members, city managers, staff, and members of the Pacifica community. I'm Sylvia Tang. I use she, her pronouns. I work for the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Office of Diversity and Equity. And I help co-chair the May Mental Health Planning Committee with Christy Liu at San Mateo County. And we are so thankful to Pacifica for proclaiming May as this May as Mental Health Month. And I have some brief remarks just to introduce you all to the month and invite you all to participate. So Mental Health Month is observed across our county, California, and United States. Lime green is the national color for mental health and represents how we want to bring a bright light to an important issue that may be hidden or seen negatively. And it's one of the best times of the year where we can reduce stigma, connect people to services, and promote wellness for mental health and substance use conditions. And I think it was mentioned that this year's theme is #Share4MH, as was mentioned in the proclamation. We have a mix of virtual and in-person events. We have on our website, which I'll mention, we have 20 events, and I'll highlight a few that are close to Pacifica area. We have advocacy days, inviting folks to come out to public meetings like this to make public comment on issues they care about. And we also have a communication social media campaign. Our events are in English and Spanish, and some are in Cantonese. Our social media campaign is in English and Spanish. And I want to close with a few ways you all can participate in May Mental Health Month. I'll name 3. So one is to use the #Share4MH and spread the word about mental health on social media.
And Sylvia, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that Share4MH, I want to make sure that everybody knows that's Share4MH.
Oh, thank you. Yes, exactly. So exactly. ##Share4 and then MH, which stands for mental health. Thank you for that. And then let's see. So the second call or invitation to participate is wearing some type of lime green ribbon, whether that's using a virtual background like I'm using, or wearing a ribbon if you have one. We have them in our offices. If you want to reach out to me, I can try to get them to you. I know Councilmember Beer has some for the council members. And you can also just, put a digital ribbon on your profile and help spark a conversation about mental health. And last but not least, we have events going on in May Mental Health Month that we would love your attendance and help to spread the word. I'm going to name 3 that are close to the Pacifica area. Let me grab that information. So there's one in Daly City on, it's called Scam Prevention for Older Adults and Adults with Disabilities, or older, and is focused on older adults and mental health. There'll be one session May 15th, 12 to 2 at Daly City Dolger Senior Center. And there's also one May 31st, same time, same location. And then further down the coast, there is an event in El Granada on May 20 on the Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 at Quarry Park. And it's called Picnic at the Parks, Picnic and History Tour. So more details on our website. And then the last event I'll mention is called Coastside Community Wellness Festival. And that will be on Saturday, May 20th as well, 1 to 4. And the location is to be determined, but we'll keep you all updated with our website. And our website is www.smchealth.org/MHM, which stands for Mental Health Month. And I think that was pretty much it. And I really appreciate the council for proclaiming Mental Health Month. Thank the Pacifica community for being engaged, and appreciate you all. And I'll stay if you all have any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I see that first light from Councilmember Beer.
Yeah, hello everyone. And Sylvia, thank you so much. Being a part of the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative has been one of the most, it's one of the things I'm the most proud of that I've been able to do while serving on council. And it's because we get to spread awareness about all of the things that affect our mental health. And there's one thing that I've been talking a lot about to our other electeds, is that we need to take care of each other. And so I will look down the dais and say, we need to take care of each other. Whether or not we agree on our votes, it doesn't matter. After the meeting, we need to say, hey, are you okay? Are you doing okay the next day after a long meeting, So let's take the time to take care of each other, because it's really important to me, and it's really important for us to be able to serve and be healthy and happy at the same time, which is hard to do. Mm-hmm. We all know how hard that is to do. And I want you all to know Sylvia has done so much work in the past year and a half. She has been able to follow our lead, and oh my gosh, so thank you, Sylvia, so much. We're going to be able to bring in some resources to do some training in the next fiscal year. And so I'm really looking forward to being able to schedule a training here in Pacifica, whether it be the mental health first aid or Be Sensitive, Be Brave. So just know that there's resources coming within the next fiscal year. So again, Sylvia, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Beer, and really admire your leadership style and compassion for your fellow council members and every person you interact with. So thank you.
Would any other council members like to speak? Councilmember Vaterlaus.
I just want to say thank you, because I think this is really important, and the moment they brought it out and discussed the mayor's mental health group, I knew it was important, and it was going to continue, and it's going to continue on. It's not going to stop. So thank you.
I'll just say something. I just want to share a few local resources we have here that are free. One of the best things you can do is to get outside and go for a walk. And we have so many nice places in nature just to get out of your normal situation. And the ocean, there's so much blooming right now. And you can pick up trash while you're doing it, and then you feel even better. Yeah. There's also free yoga going on at at our library here on Sundays regularly. If you look at the Pacifica Locals Facebook page, there's all kinds of things that are happening, grief support groups and drum circles and meditation. And I just want to share that personally, I've been struggling a little bit because my mind is going all the time with all I'm learning here and trying to absorb. And I actually just finished taking a meditation class at Oceanside Healing for 5 Sunday afternoons in a group setting, and it was wonderful. So, and it's building support as well as learning skills to kind of quiet your mind and step back, and you know, there's a lot more than all the busyness of our lives, and it helps to get that perspective.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you. So I want to say a couple things about this. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for being here tonight, and it's great to see you on the screen right in front of me. I don't think you can see me, but I don't know. Working at an elementary school in an underfunded district, it's been my experience that we haven't had enough mental health resources over almost all of the time that I've worked there. The only thing that changed that was the advent of COVID. The requirement that students had to work on school from home in their house on Zoom, not at all the normal way kids go to school. And the extreme experiences students were having with mental health difficulties, learning loss, and all of that. So through ARPA funds and other funds made available to school districts, we've had the benefit of a full-time mental health counselor at my school, a full-time school psychologist, and additional resources that we can pull in anytime we need. And it's been phenomenal. We were begging for a half-time counselor, you know, most of the time I've worked at Cabrillo School. And so, you know, I don't know what to say to the legislators who fund these kinds of things going forward, except we need to keep it happening, because I am seeing a difference in our student body. And I do believe that having it happen at a young age, having resources and having mental health issues be normal things that we focus on and deal with and find strategies around at a young age is a very good way to help us build resiliency and ability to deal with it as we grow older. In my personal life, I'm going from a time when I was in business school to where if you needed to see a therapist of any kind, you did it off of your medical insurance, because you did not want a paper trail, a record. There could be some repercussions for you in your future. Now, I was in an MBA program, so maybe that was a little bit more tight than other programs, but I think back on that and really marvel at how much more open our society has become. It's not enough, we're not done, but it is a good step, and we're making the right kind of progress. So thank you for your work.
I echo everything my fellow council members say. First of all, thank you for being here with us tonight. I'll talk a little bit more specifically about the vacation I just took shortly, but the important part for this segment is to say that going there, I did not realize until, you know, maybe a day or two after I stepped off the plane how much I really needed to decompress. And I have my day job, and here you are watching my night job, and somewhere in between I'm trying to keep relationships happening. And, you know, at any given moment I'm doing all of these things as an act of love, and simultaneously it's a lot. And I do the thing I need to do in order to get the thing I need to get done. But then when I stepped off that plane within 2 days, I'm noticing how much decompression is going on in my being, which I'm kind of forcibly not looking at on a regular basis. And it really highlighted how vital the need for taking time to recreate is. That it's not selfishness, it's health. The same way I would eat a carrot every once in a while to break up the fried chicken that might otherwise clog my arteries. one needs to take time to actually let their brain expand into not having to worry about things. And it's important for times like these to remember that. I came from a household in which my uncle killing himself was my introduction to death, and seeing the way that affected my family. And as I get to observe the many wonderful, beautiful human beings around me, some of whom I'm quite close to with functional neurodivergent issues, or the highly successful, conventional, functioning person, all manner of people who you would look at and think, oh, look how well they're doing, are included in that group of folk who presumably need to take time now and then and remember to check in with their own minds. So thank you for this opportunity to remind us that we should highlight a month to remember that we really need to be checking in with our minds to make sure that despite getting the job done, we keep ourselves in a place where we can recalibrate to do it even better and happier. So thank you. I'll invite anyone from the public to speak if you'd like. I see former Mayor Sudegree coming up to speak.
Thank you very much. Agree with what you all said. I just want to put a word in for those who have a developmental disability. So in the county, in the city, and obviously in the schools, they can't speak for themselves. They already have a communication issue. And I got a call from a parent yesterday that an insurance company denied them access to a counselor. Reason? Communication problem. So this is a tricky thing. It is very tricky and COVID affected people on my list of those who have a developmental disability. One was a 7th grader who became a 5150 hospitalized numerous times, and it's a real battle to be able to get him back into a normal school setting, which I think as a teacher is what he needs, because he has that 5150 and he's more of an emotionally disturbed guy now. So I just wanted to say that to you folks. You have big hearts, I know that, but just the words developmentally disabled need to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Anybody else in the audience? Is there anyone on the phone line?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you very much. Good time to remind folks, if you're watching at home, if you'd like to dial in, it's 1-669-900-6833. Webinar ID 811-5615-8241 #. Press star 9 to raise your hand. We'll call you by number or name. Please state your full name for the record at the start of your comment. Mute any background sound, and I'll let you know when you have a minute left of your 3-minute time. So we're going to move on now to the proclamation for Rich Rositano Sr. Proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of Rich Rositano Sr. Whereas Rich Rositano Sr. is retiring from a distinguished fraternal service career with the Pacifica Moose Lodge, serving most recently as the administrator of the lodge. And whereas Rich Rositano Sr. has served 43 years with the lodge, becoming a member in 1960, the governor in 1990, and the administrator in 1991, and has throughout the years demonstrated his unwavering support for the youth and seniors of the city of Pacifica. And whereas Rich transformed the lodge into a completely volunteer-driven organization in 1991 and instituted momentous change that not only preserved the legacy of the lodge, but also expanded it, increasing its members from 300 to 1,000 individuals under his leadership. And whereas Rich has promoted fundraising efforts from within and without, donating over $60,000 per year to nonprofit organizations such as Relay for Life, FogFest, Boy Scouts and Little League, and making the lodge available to all residents of Pacifica, members and non-members alike, for fundraising and memorial services. And whereas Rich Rositano Sr. has received several awards recognizing his unconditional commitment to the community, including, most recently, the Lifetime Leadership Award from Moose International at the 2023 Mid-Year Conference, and most prominently, the Pilgrim Degree of Merit, the highest degree from Moose International, which is held by less than 0.5% of the members of the fraternity across the globe. And whereas Rich has given the utmost dedication, guidance, and mentorship to the Lodge and provided for the youth and seniors of the city of Pacifica unhesitatingly throughout his philanthropic endeavors, now therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby pay tribute to Rich Rositano Sr. and thank him for his continuous commitment to our community, done this 8th day of May, 2023. Now, this time I am going to invite council members to speak, and then the public, and then Rich.
And I would appreciate starting off.
I'd appreciate you starting off.
Thank you. Rich, we've been friends for many years, and the genesis of our friendship was a whole bunch of stuff that Tiger just said on that proclamation. It was, the backstory is I was representing one of those nonprofits in town that needed a place to hold a fundraiser. We were kind of desperate because the place we'd formerly held our fundraiser every year, our biggest, most successful fundraiser, was no longer available to us, and we were scrambling. And someone suggested the Moose Lodge, and I said, well, I don't know any moose. I don't know what to do. And Len Stone said, I'm a moose. I'll make a call. And he put me in touch with you, and I was very nervous, and I didn't know how much the Board of Governors would need to know, and I kept overkill telling them way too much information about our upcoming event, which was fabulous, and our then became the then biggest, most successful fundraiser for the Terra Nova Band, which followed on 3 more of those year over year. We did luau's, we did Mardi Gras. And my husband and I said, these people are really nice and fun, and we should join. And then we got a few more of our band member parents to join as well, and the rest is history. We're just so committed to the organization, do not spend as much time there as I wish we could, but our day will come. I always say that. And I'm just so grateful to you for your leadership and for, as I read in Tony Johnson's comment in the newsletter, for saving the Pacifica Moose Lodge. And I'm really, really personally grateful to you, personally on behalf of my husband, John, and on behalf of our community. So thank you.
I'll go ahead. One thing I really like about these special presentations is I get to learn so much about the people in our community. Like, I would have never have known all of those things that you've done for so many years. And so I just want to thank you so much, Rich, for everything that you've done for our Moose. And Mr. Lavarini, I will get to that Tuesday dinner. I'll get there, I promise.
You're done. I'm a member of the Moose, and I have to say I never, ever get to the Moose except for special events. So I see Paul, and I always tell him, I'm going to get there, I'm going to get there. So now I am going to say it on TV. So I'm going to go to the Moose. But 43 years is totally amazing, and I thank you so much for everything that you've done. And sorry I made this about me, not about you, but it's the importance of the Moose. Thank you.
Please do.
Your favorite.
First off, there has very many people to thank. And the first one on the very top of the list is my wife, Debbie. Back in 1979, the only way we could visit her father was we had to go to the Moose Lodge up there at the Legion Hall now, across from the car wash. So we used to go up there, and when I was 23, I guess 22 or 23, we joined the lodge. And that was in 1979, 1980 campaign. And it's just, well, how fast time goes by, as we all know. But as far as I'm concerned, the time that I put in there, I never looked at it upon it as work. It was always fun time to me because I have a regular day job, which I still do until November. But all the time spent, it sounds like a big body of work, which over time, I guess it accumulates. But I was just doing what I was taught by my mentors. Most of them are no longer around. They either moved away or passed away. But I was so grateful and fortunate to be in that position when we joined. And I was taken under the wings of some very, very dear friends who taught us how to become Moose, how to become a better asset to the community that we serve, and treat everybody fairly, and the endeavor that the Moose is their mission is to take care of children and the elderly. Now, whoever can't get behind that mission, we can't help. But anyways, and serve the community in every way we can. So we take care of the children that we can take care of. Our motto is every child who doesn't have a family deserves to have one. Hence the Child City outside of Chicago, Illinois, 40 miles west of Chicago, and the community retirement community in Jacksonville, Florida. That is our main mission. And then our mission locally is to serve the community in any way we can. So if there's anybody looking for an avenue to give back, come see us at the Moose. I thank you very much, councilmen, men and women, and mayor. Thank you.
Would any members of the audience like to say a word or two? Anybody at all. You don't have to be shy. Mr. Lavarini.
Wow, a reunion. I love this. It's great to see everybody. I do miss you, so I hope you miss me also. Tonight is about Rich, and I just want to say thank you and Debbie for your dedications throughout the years, and I know you're continuing on. And what you've done to the Moose and what you've done to all of us that are at the Moose is given us a foundation and of hope that we have a place that we can go to enjoy ourselves. The Moose was closing at one time, and Rich, Debbie, and Mark and Kathy Johnson got together, and they basically went through the office, got the taxes paid, went through the paperwork, found out what keys fit where, did what they could do, and that's a pretty stressful situation. Plus, the membership was dropping at that time. So together, they built a foundation, and then Rich went ahead and started leading the board in getting a new board of directors, which is run from a governor and a past governor and vice governor and so on. And that became stronger and stronger every year. So we became more of a family that way, but we learned on what to do and how to do it. And Rich has led by example for so long that even if you think you're not teaching us, just by watching, we understand what we need to do. And we have a great dinner menu now. Rich is a great cook. We have a social quarters with a DJ booth. Rich loves the music, and he loves to get out there and enjoy himself. And he wants to make sure everybody's having a good time. So it's not, it's really never about him. It's always about putting himself out there. Yeah, it's all about his wife, just making sure she's happy. But, happy wife, we know that. And I'll tell you, together, it's just a joy being part of this organization. Hey, I get
1 minute, keep going.
1 minute, no way. So anyway, what I like to say is when you retire from your duties at the Moose, and I know you're going to continue on, may all your kitchens be full of great food, and may all your stereo systems be full blast and enjoying every minute of it. Because it's worth it. So I just want to thank you for your friendship, the both of you. You're really mentors to myself and my wife. We enjoy every minute of it, and look at all the friends. You meet people, and then you meet others, and you meet others. And it's a community effort. I love saying the word community because that's what I'm about. But together, we can get anything done. And you've given us a great foundation, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emily, do we have anyone on the phone?
Oh, there are no raised hands.
Anyone else from the audience wish to speak? Councilmember Bowles, did you wish to speak?
Sure. I'm just learning, and I'm just amazed to hear your story and all the work that you've done for our town and our community here. And I'm going to come check you out. So thank you, and thank you for making the organization stronger so that it can continue. Right? It's not just about your time here, but you're obviously looking at investing and continuing this great group of service. So thank you.
I look forward to hopefully being allowed to join when I will have time that I can actually contribute. And in the meantime, as somebody who worked with the Pacifica Resource Center, I was grateful to be there for that. I was grateful to be there for other activities that the Moose has supported. And on the one hand, I wish I could not count as many memorial services I have attended there as I have, but on the other hand, so much love and healing has happened in that room as we have remembered those whom we have loved. And I want to thank you for making sure that we as a community have that space within which we can become stronger and better able to help each other. And with that said, I believe we have one more member of the community who would like to say something. Mr.
Thank
Jack
you.
Burgett.
I wasn't going to come up here at all, but when I saw Paul and Rich here and his wife Betty, I had to say something. Diane and I joined the outfit a while back, and all of you that have been there and had a shrimp salad, my wife made them. And I made the fish and chips. We did that for several years. And I wanted to keep going, but Diane said, nah, we've done enough. So we quit. But I want to thank these guys, and anybody that hasn't joined the Moose, get in it, because it is a great, and as a coach at Terra Nova and other places and all of that. And I just want to thank you guys. Thanks, Rich, Paul, and everybody. That's it. I'm done.
Mr. Rosatano, if you would honor us with a picture, I believe we'd appreciate it. Council? Debbie, please join us, and any other members of the Moose, by all means come up and celebrate for a moment.
Yes.
Whatever you want, yes, sir.
Definitely missing out on the wage stream.
Oh, so these moved? I just moved it.
Okay. Now to the business.
Okay, so this brings us to consent calendar, items 1 through 9. Council members,
Mayor Big Stick, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, if I may, before the council considers the consent calendar, I'd like to move item 8, which is consideration of financing and other related actions related to the Lower Lindermar Sewer System Rehabilitation and Repair Project and the Ultraviolet Disinfection Replacement Project as part of the Wastewater Capital Improvement Plan, to move that to the consideration calendar to be the last item on consideration. So item 8 will follow the old item 12, and all the numbers in between will be renumbered.
so 9 becomes 8.
Well, Clerk Coffey says we don't need to renumber.
Don't need to
Yeah.
renumber.
But
But 8 does become 13? Is that how this works?
8 becomes 13.
And you want 8 to be the last on the list?
Yes, and we will have some of the team be zooming in, and so
Got
that's
it.
why we need it last.
Okay, do we need a motion for that, or?
No.
Okay. So 8 is pulled. Would any council members like to pull any other item? Okay. In that case, are there any questions before we go to public comment? Okay. Public comment, would anybody like to speak on any item that is on consent? Emily, do we have anyone on the phone line who would like to speak on consent?
We have one raised hand.
Okay,
It is Remy Tan.
very good. Mr. Tan, please press *6 to unmute and state your full name for the record, and I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Hi, it's Raymond Tan, Pacific Manor architect. I just wanted to comment on I can't remember which item it is, you guys are kind of renumbering things, but the one about the housing for the teachers on Odstat. I think that's a great idea. I'm just concerned that on a public lands that's not a 100% affordable project. I'm not sure of the financial details why that ended up that way, but 11 out of 70 is pretty low amount of affordable housing. So would encourage the city council to take a look at that again and see if we can get the affordability up to 100%, considering the school district is giving the land for affordable housing, and it's supposed to be for the teachers, and there are a lot more than 70 teachers in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have anyone else on the line?
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, bringing it back to council for comment, question. Before we make a motion, I'll just say that, and before that, my understanding is that the school district, who will continue to own and operate that land in the long term, would very much like to make it all affordable for their staff. And in the meantime, as they have figured out a way to finance it without costing the taxpayers, they are going to have some of the units to be market rate to make sure that their certificates of occupancy will be duly paid off, so that in the long term, their teachers and staff will be able to have fully affordable housing to the tune of 70 units. Councilmember Beckmeyer?
I just wanted to say that the item still known as 9 on the consent calendar, I will be recusing from simply because I had perceived conflict because I work for the school district. So when this item came before the council, I sat out. And I'm told I don't have to go to the little room, but I can stay here as long as I've made this comment and made it clear that I will not be, I'll be abstaining from that item. Thank you.
Councilmember Beer?
I just wanted to thank you for your explanation.
Sure. Any other questions, comments, or a motion?
I move that we approve the consent calendar minus item 8.
So moved?
Second.
So moved. And do we need a roll call vote so that Councilmember Beckmeyer can?
No, no, Mayor, I've made note that Councilmember Beckmeyer is abstaining from the vote on item number 9, and you can vote for the items 1 through 7 as you normally would.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
And with the motion for the consent calendar minus item 8, made by Councilmember Bowles, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas, the vote passes 5-0 for the items 1 through 7, and the vote 4-0 with Councilmember Beckmeyer abstaining for item number 9.
Thank you very much. That brings us to public comment. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the Council shall be recognized by the Mayor during this time, provided, however, that only items not on the agenda for the meeting will be addressed. Our remarks, we'd prefer if it would be addressed to the Council as a body rather than to a particular member. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under public comments on items not on the posted agenda, meaning specifically that if you ask us a specific question, we won't be able to answer you in real time, nor discuss any particular issue with you. It's a fairly passive exercise, though it is often the case that we will make a clarifying statement after public comment is over if it would seem pertinent. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker. Persons addressing the City Council, please adhere to that 3-minute time limit and do not disrupt the conduct of the meeting. Otherwise, we have to start using more legalistic terms and pound gavels, and it's not a good time for anyone. So try and be civil about it, and we'll all get along famously. I have one card from Lynn Adams. If anyone wishes to speak, please fill out a yellow card in the back of the room, and it will be brought up.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Big Stick and staff members. I just today an incredible response from everybody. In the end, we had 1,685 volunteers come out for Earth Day. We collected over 4,000 pounds of trash, 3,500 pounds of green waste was pulled and moved, and 12,000 cigarette butts were collected on that day. And that's just kind of a typical Earth Day, and it's only one of the things that happened. We reached more than 4,200 students and gave them school assemblies. They all learned about nudibranchs, and none of them, really very few of them, knew what a nudibranch was, like me, and now they do. And we heard from many other parents how they came home very excited. And that's one of the things that we were really happy about this year is that it's a species we don't know about, but once we learn about them, it excites us about the ocean. And it calls on us to do more. I also thought one of the amazing things of Earth Day was the VIP tour. I want to thank City Council and staff who joined us on this VIP tour, along with Kate Hucklebridge Anna Eshu's office, Mark Berman's office, Josh Becker's office, all came out. A representative from Mid-Coast came. The Harbor District had a representative. And it was really amazing to bring this collection of people together to see what we do here in Pacifica and what we have done for 2 decades. And our message to them is the same as I'm going to give to you, is it's not something we can take for granted. If it's not sustainable, which it's not. If something happens to any of us, it may not continue. And so we need to embrace it, but we also need to fortify it. And we need to do that with funding. We need to do that with planning. And so I want to make sure that we understand and the support of the Pacificans and Pacifica, thank you, and our sponsors is amazing and wonderful, and yet the need is great. Rockaway just had 137 volunteers and had 6 different school groups come out. These kids are crazy, learning about it and excited, and they clean up the entire district, and they learn about what's on the beach and what's on the streets and where that comes from and goes to. And so the value of this program is amazing, but the best thing is the volunteers. And the key to volunteers is having leaders. And so I want to thank you for your support and enlist you to continue to support it and find other support for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else from the audience? Emily, do we have anyone on the line?
We have 2 raised hands. The first raised hand is Remy Tan.
Mr. Tan, go ahead. I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Hello, this is Ramy Tan, again, Pacific Manor architect. I just wanted to shout out to Councilwoman Bowles. She's doing an amazing job on the airport noise issue. This last month, actually close to a year, over in the Manor District, it's been really awful. It's been like living next to the airport. The amount of overflies that go over our houses, Edgemar, Pacific Manor, and into Daly City, up to Muscle Rock. The planes are going out, over all hours of the night. I can't get any sleep. One of our new neighbors down the street, who just bought, they're thinking of selling their house again. And that's, really negative impact. We are unfortunately outside of the, area where they provide, upgraded installation of windows down in, Manor Edgemar. But, we're pretty badly impacted. Again, shout out to Councilwoman Bowles for putting together a great email group, and there's just tons of knowledge, and encourage people to reach out to Councilwoman Bowles. If they have any concern, especially in the District 5 Manor area. I'm actually very concerned because actually the airport has a procedure, going out for planes taking off runway 28. Technically, at nighttime, they're supposed to make a hard right and go over the industrial area, South City, and they're not doing that. So I have no idea why they're not, other than they're probably trying to save a little fuel, but it's an expense for all of us in Manor. So encourage everybody to kind of join on the email group. Letter write to our members of Congress, who apparently have the only influence over the FAA. It's kind of a federal issue. We got it, and then there's some links for the to make noise complaints. They're just basically one click. So encourage everybody in the community to join the board, because the more we complain about it, I think the more attention it gets at the airport and the FAA. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ramy.
The second raised hand is Irene Lee.
Irene, please state your name for the record after you press *6, and I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Hi, I'm Irene Lee on Manor Drive. This is something that was brought up on the last council meeting. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay up that late. Anyway, I want to mention something about the heritage tree that was spoke about last council meeting. I just want you guys to consider, please do not consider eucalyptus, Monterey pine, or cypress as heritage tree because they're really invasive. And do consider replacing them with coastal redwood. They're actually variety hybrid of coastal redwood that would not grow as tall, but they're still native to this area. So thank you.
Thank you, Irene.
There are no other raised hands.
Last call for members of the public to speak. Closing public communication. We'll bring it back to council for council communication. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Bowles.
I'll start by just talking about the airport noise since Remy made that nice comment. I'm still learning, and there's a lot to learn, and it's all very complicated. The Noise 101 seminar that they're working on will be offered to the roundtable members first in the next month, and then we will bring it to the community after that. But I do want to tell people there's a great app, stopjetnoise.net. Once you log in with your email address, I've got it on my phone and my iPad. You just have to click a button when you hear a loud plane, and it'll tell you the flight, the altitude, so forth, and it gets reported automatically to the noise office. And I do have an email group of people that some have been involved for years, do degrees on it, also, that we're trying to understand and advocate, and there's a member working on a letter to support Anna Eshu's work with the FAA as well. So just email me and I'm happy to add you to that group too. Yeah, one of the things we noticed looking at a few of the flights is that they're not supposed to turn until they're 6 miles from the airport, which is out in the ocean. And you can actually see the ones that turn early. And so if you have one to report, you can actually email the noise office and they'll research it. They'll go back and listen to the recording to see if the FAA turned it for a reason or if it was a pilot error, and they actually go and follow up with the airline and the pilot. So some things we can change, some things we can't, but yeah, we're working on it. So Mary and I had our first ad hoc meeting for the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project, which I think was really, really good. Gave some input and some other ideas. There will be a postcard mailed, and there will be 3 public meetings. The first one will be on June 27th, probably at the community center, and the postcard should have all 3 meetings. But the first meeting will be, there'll be stations set up where people can talk and learn about different aspects of the project. And it's mostly a recap of what has happened before, and then the project will continue from there. Several of us went to the Council of Cities dinner in San Carlos, and this was at a new hangar space. This guy, I'm forgetting the name now. That was built there, and there's a community space as part of that. But there was a really neat presentation by the city manager and the 2 planning directors of San Carlos talking about they have 3 separate plans for their commercial areas. And what I thought was really inspirational is that they did a lot of outreach to the public to find out what community spaces they wanted to ask for. You know, as they're getting high-tech and biotech that want to come in and build a big campus, but they're also, so they're trying to make space for that, but also making sure that they're leaving space for the small businesses, you know, so not everything can be developed and conglomerated, and, you know, combining industrial and arts and having gathering spaces and addressing stormwater and all this as part of their master plan. I got to go to the Sanchez Art Show this weekend with the flower exhibits next to the paintings, which is always lovely. Cindy and Nancy from Shell Dance do an amazing job. I got to go on a police ride-along with Officer Natalie Walsh, which was really fun and educational. And it's open to anyone in the public, so you can sign up on the police website to do that. And I really encourage you to do it, to just see the different kinds of calls they get, and just they're really going all the time. But they're you can tell the love for the community and really the education about our laws and so forth, you know, as they're stopping people. I can tell you a few stories. I had to get locked in the car a couple times. I couldn't get out. But it was fun, but safe. And then I got to go to the Carolyn's Mansion again for a San Mateo County Leadership Council gathering and dinner. So these are with people who have gone through their leadership program, and that's something I'm considering doing this year. It's an 11-month commitment. But what they do is they bring people together from all sectors in the county. So there's city officials, there's nonprofits, there's business leaders. And so you're learning together, but you're also building relationships and trying to problem solve together, kind of looking at things from different angles. So it's really an exciting group. So they've only been around for a couple of years, but really doing good work. I got to go to the HIP Housing Luncheon with Sue Degree. Actually took Sue's space. And that was really good, and got to have some conversations with some of the nonprofit leaders, and I'm going to have some follow-up meetings from that too to learn more about what we can do to bring affordable housing to Pacifica. And then a couple of fun things this weekend. The Mary May in Sharp Park was really fun, little arts, which I want to thank Christina Ayala and some of the other people that are putting that together now on a quarterly basis. And it's so within certain of the businesses and the parking lots and then the backyard spaces, bringing in some of the crafts and so forth. And it's just so neat to see so many people coming, you know, from the community, but also outside, and bringing money into Pacifica for that. And then Lynn is here. Sunday, there's another wonderful nonprofit I didn't know about, MISPA. It's been around for 75 years, and they also do a lot of fundraising for schools and so forth. And they were honoring Lynn for her work, and the PBC. She doesn't like to be honored by herself, but and that was a lovely celebration too. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you. I had not as busy a couple of weeks because we had some stuff happening at home, all positive, but our son was preparing to go to a job overseas, and we got to have him home for a little bit. So I did have an opportunity to attend the pump station tour with the mayor and our wonderful staff, who gave us such good insight into the workings of the pump station. I'd been to this tour before, but I built on the knowledge that I had from before. So I felt very knowledgeable that I understood what that diesel tank was, and I knew, but I was like, really? Learning more about how the different pumps work, how they start, you know, which one starts, and then at and see the excellent work that's being done there. That's almost ready to be completed, but it's been such a long haul with, you know, and I understand only because the director, Peterson, has made sure to tell me how much work you've done to make that project possible. And we're very grateful. Thank you. So that was fun. That was the 26th. On Sunday, April 30th, I got to do two things. One was the same exhibit, art, I don't know how you say it, art, nature, and art. It had art times nature times art, I don't know. It was great. Really, really absorbing and interesting to see the floral displays that mirrored different or were inspired by different art pieces. And I was fortunate enough to run into Cindy Abbott there, who just gave me even deeper insight into the different pieces and the artists and other work that they'd done. And it was just so wonderful. And then I got to go to a neighborhood meeting of concerned residents regarding significant tree trimming and tree removal activity in the area above Perez Drive, which when I'd first heard about this, I contacted the city manager and Department of Public Works to figure out who's doing it, what's going on. And the best anyone can tell, it was PG&E work, I believe, to remove trees. But what's concerning was it appeared to be some encroachment on private property. And the neighbors were very up in arms over that. And so you might be hearing more from them on that topic. On May 3rd, I had the opportunity to attend my first, and I hope not last, joint articulation meeting. This is an organization, a group of the 4 bodies in our area that have elected officials: the Pacifica School District, Jefferson High School District, City Council, and North Coast County Water District. And it's the opportunity for the organizations attending with their executive staff member to share information, to express, what's going on, do some problem solving. It sounds like possibly the particular meeting we attended had light attendance because of people either changing jobs or being away or different things. And it sounds as though there may be some changes in the membership of the organization. So I'm hoping that City Manager, you will keep Mary, Councilmember Beer, and myself apprised as you reach out to your counterparts at the other organizations to figure out if we're going to keep that model or if we're going to go to a 2x2 model or what we're going to do. But we'll stay tuned to hear more about that. And then, same day, went to the North Coast County Water District open house to view the amazing conceptual designs for the headquarters update project, which is just gorgeous. And I do see the chair of North Coast County Water District, Mr. Burgett, is here with us again. Thank you, Jack, for being here. The building is beautiful. The design is absolutely beautiful. And it was super exciting to hear the piece I love the most about the Sheila water tank that Mary and I get to hear about when we attend the meetings, the board meetings. And, I see it from my back window where it is, the location. But the wood from the former water tank is going to be incorporated into the building as part of the floor to ceiling through to the second story, assuming, they have enough usable wood from that. That's their plan. And it's just great. I'm so excited about it. And I think the anchor of that building on one end of Francisco and the Civic Center, City Civic Center buildings on the other end, it's just going to look superb. And then I had the pleasure of attending went straight from that to the Beautification Advisory Committee meeting, where lots of work is being done continuously on the Palmetto Streetscape bump outs. They had a work day, and there's continuing ongoing effort to get more volunteers involved and to get volunteers from the organizations that have adopted spots to turn out when there are work days or to notify the chairperson when they will be able to do their own updating of their spots, just to keep everything fresh. In that same vein, there's work going on to contact Cabrillo School about the Crespi bioswales. And we all saw and heard the beautification awards that were presented at, award that was presented at the last council meeting. There is another process going on. You can go to the city's website to download a beautification awards nomination form, and there will be another round of awards coming up really soon. And I think that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Beer.
I like how you say you weren't busy. You were busy. You know, Councilmember Bowles really explained a lot of the things that I went to, and you explained it so well, so I really appreciate that. So we did have our first outreach meeting for the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project, and I thought it went really well, and we came up with ideas that we hadn't come up with before, and so I look forward to seeing the outreach that happens about that project. So thank you for your report back on that. I really appreciate it. I also attended the Council of Cities meeting in San Carlos and the Joint Articulation meeting and North Coast County Water District's open house. And I will say one thing about that. I brought my 8-year-old neighbor Ethan with me to the North County Coast Water District open house, where he learned about all of the different tanks that are all over the place. And he came to me today and said he's in a water poster contest, and he's going to draw about what he learned at the open house. So, well done. We had our Coast Pride board meeting where we were able to increase the budget for Pacifica Pride, so that's really a really good thing. Coast Pride is a really young agency, a really young group who doesn't have a whole lot of funding, and so for them to agree to do that is really something else. So please consider checking out Coast Pride, seeing if you're able to participate in any way. That would be really great. We are planning our Pacifica Pride event for June 3rd. We had our planning meeting for that, and it's quite a group of planners, I will say. And so we will be having the parade at 11 o'clock on June 3rd, and then a family festival at IBL following that. So we're very excited about that. We had our Pacifica Collaborative meeting where we were able to give a sweet little send-off to our superintendent, Heather Olson, who is leaving us. We're going to be really sorry to see her go. She was just a lovely human being, and she was really good for our school district. So we look forward to a new superintendent joining us soon. And at that meeting, we also discussed something that we're going to be doing in the fall, which is discussions about race with the Pacifica Peace people. And so there's going to be a bunch of us from the collaborative that are going to be supporting that kind of event and those discussions. So I really look forward to that. It was Tiger's birthday. Happy birthday to the mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah. The Terra Nova Car Show is on May 20th, so everybody come out for that. I went to paint night at the library, so Councilmember Bowles was also talking about the free things that they have at the library, and paint night is just the best. So I had a lot of fun. And then this week, we have a very special event happening on Wednesday. It is the swearing in of our new chief of police. And so I hope everyone can join us Wednesday at 3 o'clock right here in the council chambers. It's a really important day for Pacifica. It just really is. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I went to the Life Moves breakfast. The speaker was an amazing woman who was in a movie, actually, and wrote a book called From Homelessness to Harvard. And that was really a moving speech. I went to the Council of Cities in San Carlos. I attended the Historical Society baseball event. I got criticized for saying something about that. But I think all the events that we go to are important. The Lieutenant Governor invited some people over for a fundraiser. That was fun. I went to Sacramento again for 4 days and met with Josh Becker, Mark Berman, Diane Papin, and some other legislators that aren't our legislators, but mostly talking about funding for housing, which is so important. And that was a long 3 days, 4 days, but it was important too. I attended with the mayor, several people, staff people from the city, and about 8 people from Caltrans today. And we discussed so many issues important to us, like the trees on the highway, the debris, the grass, the turn lane on Hickey to Skyline, the crosswalk at Westport in Fairway Drive, all of our engineering for the signal lights and how they did engineer the lights, but our highway is so crowded already that the engineering doesn't always work. It works at certain times of day, but not at peak hours. So they did as much as they could. With that, they're working on wildfire fuel plan and removing of the sand. There were so many things, and it was an hour, but a lot got brought up in the hour. I don't know how much got accomplished, and hopefully they're working on some of the things that we brought forward. Done.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Jack Burgett from North Coast County Water District. Thank you for being here. As always, I just want to take a moment to remember that things are not well for the people in Ukraine, and may they become better. Councilmember Beckmeyer, did you have one to add?
Follow-up question for Councilmember Sauterlas.
Please.
Did you have an opportunity in the course of the Caltrans meeting to talk about the highway signs?
Yes.
Oh, hooray.
Yes, and signs.
And signs in general?
Yes,
Yeah.
and they are working on a sign program, and they wanted our information for signs within this month. So
Okay.
that should be getting closer to being
Wonderful.
accomplished.
We get a lot of mail and inquiries about that, so
Yes.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So I attended that tour of the Linda Marananza pump houses. It was actually Juan Castro's birthday on that occasion, which was, you would hope that one would take their birthday off, and I was grateful that he was there to give us the grand tour, along with Ray and Octavio and Maria and Lisa and Nelson. It was the full team really giving us a thorough tour, and thank you all for doing that. Later in the evening, I met with Paul Toda with Tree City Pacifica. We talked trees for a moment. I apologize to him for being terribly exhausted, but it was good to check in with him. I attended the Life Moves breakfast with Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus. I actually wasn't able to stay for the speaker, but I was able to say hi to a lot of our regional friends, and it is always important when I'm able to take that opportunity to do so. And I had been invited by Sarah Fields of Life Moves to attend. She was very generous to do so, so I was happy to come in for a breakfast. We had a Peninsula Clean Energy meeting. Some of the highlights, we were told about SB 537, which is Josh Becker's legislation to try and bring a regional component to allowing for Zoom meetings. It passed committee. My understanding is that it affects anybody outside of a 50-mile radius, which, if this legislation passes, won't affect us necessarily with our pertinent regional issues, but PCE has a membership in Los Baños. So that would actually be very helpful where Peninsula Clean Energy is concerned for that reason, and it's a beginning. And presumably, should this legislation get through the state, then that'll be something of a pilot and one that makes sense within the context of, okay, it's not going to do us immediate good, but it's going to do us some good, and it might have the ability to be built upon. There was a large discussion over the nomenclature regarding labor from shall be used to shall prioritize and give preference to unions. And because Peninsula Clean Energy has been built upon a very strong commitment to union labor, that was a robust discussion to make sure that we will continue to adhere to that strong commitment going forward. The reason it was such a large discussion was because we found that while we'd like to use, we being Peninsula Clean Energy in this instance, while we'd like to be able to use union labor in every instance, there are times when the project, frankly, is small enough that it doesn't make sense to bring in a union contractor for 5 different components of a personal residential project when a non-union contractor is at times able to do the full job. And so within the context that we felt the need to be able to give that flexibility, we had that conversation to make sure that we still have that strong union leadership. We also approved a giant lithium-ion battery, which brings our capabilities closer to bring in the solar in the daytime, and then in the evening just working off the battery. That gets us closer to that 24/7 energy goal, which is to say all clean energy all day long by 2025. And then the next PCE meeting will be on the 25th of May at 6:30. Attended Council of Cities. It was good to have our County Supervisor Ray Mueller in attendance. And I brought a new friend, Councilmember Kevin Park from Santa Clara. I don't know if y'all have been watching the news around Santa Clara lately, but their politics down there are fairly intense, and having made a new friend, specifically I wanted to bring him up to San Mateo County to see the way we do things in our area, because San Mateo County has a tradition of regionally being very strong, very collaborative, and working things through together. And so I thought it might be helpful from our new friend to see how we do things here, and he was appreciative and wanted to give a go to bringing some of that philosophy home with him. I attended the Historical Society event around baseball. I only attended the first half, but it was wonderfully informative and fascinating history of where Major League Baseball and the city of Pacifica have intersected over the years. I cut it short so that I could attend the Art by Nature by Art show and also enjoy some of those explanations of the various works of art from Cindy Abbott. And it's always good seeing Councilmember Beckmeyer in such settings. Attended that Caltrans meeting this morning. It was a morning this afternoon with Mayor Pro Tem. One extra thank you to Caltrans for all the work you did during the storms. If you're hearing it, we can't thank you enough. It was interesting to hear about the adaptive signals along Highway 1, that they actually are very helpful during non-peak times, though during peak times they are not really able to help as we would hope, but during those off-peak times they're very helpful. It was also really good to hear that they're planning around getting rid of some of the eucalyptus along the highway, especially going south. That's a huge safety concern. And so I'm glad that Caltrans sounds like they're being proactive about that. And they gave a plug for their Adopt a Highway program, which will be included in future Connect with Pacifica. The last week or so I spent in New Orleans. I alluded to the vacation earlier that I very much figured out I needed within 48 hours of being in my other hometown. I don't know how many of you know that I'm a Tulane graduate, but for this reason, I regard Tulane University as being my other hometown. What was interesting and fun about this particular trip is that our city manager was also attending New Orleans at the same time. We were down for Jazz Fest, and as we were enjoying the spirit of New Orleans, which is, as far as I'm concerned, the birthplace of American music, I got to reflect a little bit about how much work our city manager is putting in for us. And while sometimes the community does not, I think, appreciate fully the work that he does on our behalf, I wanted to stop for a moment and say thank you, because we are very fortunate to have you, and the work you do for us is extraordinary. Taking 5 different viewpoints and amalgamating it into what hopefully is going to be the absolute best for this community, and then frankly, changing and shifting as we need to give you new direction because of the nuance we pick up from our community. So thank you, and I am grateful that I was not the only one spending some time getting the best way I have to say it is soul food from one of the best places on earth that serves it up. So that having been said, I don't know if you're alluding to this earlier in your communications, but our budget from last year was award-winning. And so, City Manager, if you weren't speaking about it already, please bring that up. And I see our new Chief, Maria Sarasua, here in the back. Welcome. I'm very much looking forward to Wednesday at 3 o'clock when we get to swear you in. And it is so good to see you in uniform tonight, and welcome, welcome, welcome. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff communications.
Thank you, Mayor Big Stick, Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have several communications and a couple exciting announcements and an introduction at the end of my communications, which I think you know who that introduction is going to be. First, regarding Jazz Fest. I was there. I didn't really have a choice. It was my wife's birthday. So, you know, but between work and Jazz Fest, I agree.
Well.
And elaborate a little bit more about actions the city is taking in recognition green at nighttime in recognition. We are outreaching about seniors at the senior center and on social media. We will be having lawn signs and green ribbons that were mentioned delivered to us by the county this week, so we'll put out information if anybody in the community wants to swing by, pick up a lawn sign and a green ribbon. And also, employees are using the mental health awareness lime green background that we saw in Sylvia's presentation. So you'll probably see that more with some different employees using that background. I wanted to mention that a significant milestone is coming up this Thursday morning at the California Coastal Commission meeting. It's been a long time coming. Over 2 years ago, the city began diligent work on a diversity, equity, inclusion focused surf camp, surf school program. The council pointed that to the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission. There was a community task force formed with stakeholders and commissioners, and a lot of work went into developing that program, and it then went a very lengthy review by Coastal Commission and Coastal Commission staff, and after quite a long time in negotiations and arriving at terms that would work for the city and be consistent with the PB&R Commission's recommendation and the council's direction about that program, we're pleased to say that it will be going before the Coastal Commission on Thursday. Meeting starts at 9 a.m. We don't know exactly what time the item will be heard for approval. So we will be providing supportive comments about that and answering any questions, and hope that that program can set a great example across the state for surf camps, surf schools. I also want to mention that we've been promoting recruiting volunteers for the council-appointed Measure Y Oversight Committee. There's actually the announcements on the back table here at the council chambers, as well as available online, and that recruitment closes this Wednesday. So we're still encouraging the community to make recommendations for anyone that they think might be fitting for that oversight committee. And finally, not finally, second to final, I do want to speak a little bit more about our Distinguished Budget Award. So I'm incredibly proud to announce that the city has achieved, probably for the first time in Pacifica's history, the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And I'm even prouder of Assistant City Manager Yulia Carter's work and all of the finance staff who made this possible, in addition to all the departmental staff, department directors and others who worked on their departmental budgets. And this is for the fiscal 22-23 year budget that you just held up. As you may remember, last year we made significant structural changes to the budget process and the document, including implementing the modified zero-based budget methodology, completely revamping the budget document format to comply with the industry's best practices. The new budget format includes additional financial schedules, goals, objectives, accomplishments for each department, statistical and other information about the community, and many visuals and pictures of beautiful Pacifica to spice things up. And the outcome and culmination of all that incredible work was the GFOA award. And it really is a distinguished award. I don't remember offhand how many are awarded across the country, but it's surprising how few are awarded, how many cities and towns there are. So it really is quite a distinguishment and quite an achievement, and we'll be working towards the same for this year's budget, which we will begin discussions on later. So last but not least, I do want to introduce our new police chief, Mia Sarasua, who is here tonight at her first city council meeting, and I'm going to have her come up to the podium so she can say a few words. But you know, I lose track of time, so I'm not even sure if it's the second week or the third week since the chief began. But she's been incredibly busy working with command staff at the police department and the entire police department, as well as meeting people in the community and outreaching. And we're so very happy to have Chief Sarasua here. As Councilmember Beer mentioned, Wednesday at 3 p.m. in these chambers will be her official swearing-in ceremony, open to the public. It'll run about 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. There'll be some speeches and some refreshments, and of course the official swearing-in. And so everyone's invited to that. And without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Sarasua to say some things.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Honorable Mayor Big Stick, and distinguished council members. I am so excited to be here tonight for my first council meeting as your police chief. I was drawn to the city of Pacifica because it's a model of excellence, and I credit that excellence with the dedicated public servants that take care of our community with care and compassion each and every day. I'm so excited to work with a dedicated and talented executive team and to lead the brave and dedicated men and women of the Pacifica Police Department. I am looking to build upon our strengths of an already outstanding police department and enhance our delivery of public safety services. So thank you. I'm so excited for Wednesday, and I am excited that we're inviting our community to join us to be a part of this special occasion. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Okay, so there's no public hearings this evening. Shall we have a consideration item before we take a break? Or do we need a break now? Break now? Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess, 9-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 8:45. 8th, 2023 City Council meeting. We are reconvening at 8:45. Greg, this is the first time we've reconvened. When I said we've reconvened, I think it's because you are here with us to keep us on track, which is what you've been doing as you've been here. So welcome back, everybody. We're on to consideration item number 10 because there are no public hearings. And consideration item number 10 is the City Council Strategic Planning for fiscal year 2023-2024. Proposed action, approve the City of Pacifica 2023 to 2030 Strategic Plan, Mission, Vision, Values, Goals, and Strategies. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Big Stick, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I am going to kick this item off and then quickly turn it over to our facilitator for strategic planning this year, Greg Larson, who's on Zoom with us to go through most of the presentation. The introductory comments that I'd like to make about this is that in January, we began to think about goal setting for this year, and the opportunity and the timing in Pacifica's history to really undertake a true strategic planning process, a best practice for high-performing organizations. And Assistant City Manager Carter and I got excited about this concept and rolled it out with the council's blessing. And in workshops in March and April, the City Council did an immense amount of work to really take this opportunity in history to focus on Pacifica's mission, vision, values, goals, and strategies to coalesce a true strategic plan for Pacifica into future years. The work that we've done recently since the April workshop was an intense amount of staff work to develop the staff work plan of tasks to implement the council's strategies and goals that were identified for this year. And so we arrive at this milestone, which correlates perfectly with our budget development process for this next fiscal year of the council consideration of adopting the city's strategic plan. So we're going to run through the strategic plan and the work that was done and refined since the April session. And I'm going to turn it, with that comment, over to Greg Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council and executive team and community. It's great to be back with the City of Pacifica to assist you in the culmination of the important work you've done earlier this year. And while they're pulling up the PowerPoint presentation, I will be flying through my presentation tonight, given the substantive items you still have before you on the agenda, but I do want to pause and recognize all the work that the council has done with your staff since the beginning of the year. I also just need to stop and compliment the city for receiving the Distinguished Budget Award. Strategic planning and strategic budget management go hand in glove and have to proceed together, and that you revamped your budget process a year ago. And now this year, your goal setting and priority setting process is a natural path to be pursuing. With that, just for the public, if you're following along, this is agenda item 10, and the packet page is number 313. Next slide, please. Briefly, I'm just going to cover the background and process, then go through the mission, vision, and values, followed by the goals and strategies. And after each of those, I thought, Mr. Mayor, with your concurrence, would be a good time for the council to ask any questions they have on those items. Similarly, with the staff work plan overview, I'll briefly present it, not going through overall all the work plans, but just the framework of that attachment to the staff report, then turn it over to public comment, and then come back to the council for any direction and action the council wants to provide. So with that, let's move on. Some background, just as the council's heard at both of the prior retreats, the mission is what the city does. The vision looks at how is the city changing and how do you want to change given inevitable changes that are occurring. Values are the statement of how do we do our work. Goals are what to achieve in the next 7 to 10 years. Strategies are the ways to achieve the goals. And then the implementation action plan is the culmination of all the staff work plans where they proceed to follow the council's direction with the resources, staffing available. Let's go to the process the council's used on the next slide, which has been a very iterative process, starting with interviews in February, followed by the first council workshop on March 4th. I won't walk through each of the agenda items from that, but it's where we really started the process of working towards mission, vision, and values, goals and strategies from a common understanding of the strengths and challenges facing the city of Pacifica. The second workshop was on April 11th. It was a long evening workshop where the council provided feedback on draft mission, vision, and value statements, discussed and clarified the goals and strategies, and then established the top priority strategies to accomplish each goal. And it's really the culmination of that second council workshop that's coming back to the council for action tonight. And that will be the review and adopting the proposed strategic plan or providing direction for further changes, as the council always has discretion to do. And then item B is to review and comment on the draft staff work plans for each strategy, which are tools staff will use to report back to council on the progress on achieving each of the strategies and therefore each of the goals. So as you can see, it's been an iterative process, and as you'll hear towards the end, this iteration will continue on an annual basis, while the mission, vision, and values, and often even the goals, will last the life of the strategic plan, which based on council discussion and just the confluence of dates, I've recommended go from 2023 to 2030, so the 7-year timeline. But every year you'll continue your priority and goal setting process to see progress on the strategies, how should the strategies tweak, and which strategies are maybe done and ready to drop off, and new strategies emerge to drive forward each of the council's goals. With that, let's jump into the work. Mission, what does the City of Pacifica do? The City of Pacifica provides exceptional services, maintains the small town feel and safety of its unique community, and stewards its environment, coastal beauty, and recreational opportunities. This draft mission statement follows the council discussion at that second retreat with the addition of the word safety in the third line based on the council's discussion towards the end of that second workshop of wanting to make sure your role providing public safety broadly defined is encompassed in the mission of the city. Moving on to the vision statement. This is what is the city becoming? How are you adapting to the changes being thrust upon you? Pacifica will be an inclusive and sustainable community, environmentally, economically, socially, and holistically. And that's the vision you're driving towards, that the goals and strategies will hope make real. Values on the next slide is how do you approach your work, and that's both from the council, through commissioners, through your executive team, and even your frontline staff. I loved hearing the council's discussion of these at the last retreat, ending up on visionary planning, heartfelt service, resource stewardship, collaborative teamwork, healthy workplace, and transparent and responsive as the core values that would drive the city's work in fulfillment of its mission and vision to achieve the goals and strategies. With that, Mayor, I said I would be quick. I'm not giving you all the steps we went through to get to each and every one of these, but let's go to the next slide. Because it's time for council questions on the mission, vision, and values. If any.
Council, by all means, please use lights, and I'll take any questions now.
Tiger, did he say just on the vision, mission, values? Is that correct? Okay.
Councilmember Bowles.
Just to clarify, is it still possible to tweak some of the words a little bit now in terms of our comments, Greg?
I would defer to your city manager, but the council always has authority to tweak the words they're being asked to adopt if the council majority concurs.
Spoken like a true former city manager.
Okay. I just have there's one word that's bothering me a little bit on the vision, and I know it's what we are becoming, but at some point, or maybe even partly now, hopefully we're kind of there a little bit. So where it says Pacifica will be an inclusive, which is all in the future, and I don't know. I was wondering if Pacifica strives to be, which can imply that we already are, but we're continuing, and that's the focus that we want to do, but not that it's just in the future and we're not there.
Go ahead, Mary.
I noticed that too.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, well, it's will be, it's a vision, it's in the future, but it did catch my eye, and so I appreciate you bringing it up.
And then the only other thing, just on values, I was just wondering if we could alphabetize them, because then it's just alphabetized as opposed to feeling like, I don't know, it's one is more important than the other. But that's a tiny little thing.
I think alphabetizing things is a great idea.
Spoken as a librarian.
Go ahead.
I was just curious it was a question. Can we change it? We're not deliberating yet, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
What I was going to suggest, and I noted the two comments Pacifica will strive to be, and alphabetizing the values, but I think you probably want to discuss and vote on that after you hear public comment.
Right.
Strives to be, not will strive to be.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
I just said
Thank
that.
you, Mayor.
I'm not seeing any. Okay, Mr. Greg, what do you have next for us?
Great, let's move on to the more substantive work. And again, I'll be doing a little bit of a lightning round presenting this because all of the information is in the staff report and has been previously discussed by council at 2 workshops with excellent public participation. So goals are how you will achieve your vision. The council has proposed 5 goals: enhance organizational and fiscal stability, improve and steward city infrastructure and facilities, prioritize protection and development of affordable housing, pursue climate change adaptation and mitigation, and broaden public communications and collaboration. And these are in the numerical order as came out of the council's priority setting, not priority setting, but through the discourse leading up into the first workshop and the interviews that were conducted with each council member. You're going to see these coming back to you at the top of each set of strategies. So I'll move on to the next slide, which is the strategies. How do you achieve our goals? And what you'll see in the work plan in particular is that for the strategies, this city is blessed with having guiding documents and plans for each of the goals, which really inform the strategies. It's critically important that the entire city organization and public recognizes that there are many directly relevant and even competing ongoing services and non-discretionary projects and programs that consume upwards of 85–90% of the city's staff and fiscal resources, as well as council time and community bandwidth. And so it's not possible to achieve all strategies and goals immediately, because the lion's share of the city's work, as you'll discuss in the budget later on, is for ongoing services and previously directed and non-discretionary projects. It is critical that the council adopt limited top priority strategies and review them annually. And this was really the focus of your second workshop, and it will be the focus of your annual meetings probably earlier in the year, more like February or March, to inform the development of the proposed budget that's coming to the council, instead of this work being done simultaneously. And then the council will be asked to prioritize progress on staff work plans for each of the strategies, and before adopting new or other work efforts, to recognize that those will have impacts on the council adopted strategies and the work plans for those strategies. So this is discussed more fully in the staff report about best practices for achieving a strategic plan, but this really encapsulates kind of the high-level vision of those best practices that are detailed into the staff report. So now let's walk through again each of the goals and their associated strategies. The first one, enhance organizational and fiscal stability, had improved staff retention and recruitment and increased staffing for rising workloads. B, consider possible tax and bond measures for 2024. And C, prioritize implementation of the Economic Opportunity Study, which is one of those guiding documents for this entire goal. And like your general plan housing element and some of your infrastructure plans and eventually your climate action plan, a lot of work is embodied in the Economic Opportunity Study, and the council will have to selectively target what are the most ripe actions to take under each of those action plans. But that's embodied here with the Economic Opportunity Study. Next goal, in slide. Improve and steward city infrastructure and facilities. Complete the selected stormwater and flooding improvements citywide. Advance the Beach Boulevard resiliency and esplanade protection projects, including the pier as feasible. Pursue planning and financing for the library projects, and develop a facilities and equipment plan for public safety and the community center. And this might be a good time to pause and just reflect for the public and to remind staff and the council that the ranking of the strategies under each goal was really part of the council's discussion and direction at the second workshop, where you kind of took, upwards of 20 strategies, possible strategies for each goal, and chose which ones needed to come up to be in this first cycle of strategies that are top priority, knowing that there's much other work that will have to be pursued over the next 7 years. Next goal on slide, please. Prioritize protection and development of affordable housing. Overwhelmingly, first was complete the housing element update, and simultaneous with that, but recognizing it's a standalone priority for the council, was in the community, was to update the short-term rental ordinance. And then third, as with the Economic Opportunity Study on the first goal, to prioritize the housing element program implementation, which the council has already started some of that work, but it's to recognize everything in the housing element can't move forward simultaneously. So again, to choose those key targets to move on first. Next. Pursue climate change adaptation and mitigation. Clear council and public priority to update the climate action and adaptation plan. And I'm sorry, I just lost, there we go. It also was strongly articulated by many council members during the interviews and during the workshops about really wanting measurable performance targets embedded in the climate action and adaptation plan so that the city can measure its progress over the years and decades ahead, given the scale of the challenges of facing Pacifica and our world. B, to continue the urban forestry tree canopy projects that were a priority of the council's work last year, that are challenging from a workload discussion, as was discussed by the staff at the last workshop, but recognizing this is a priority for the council. And C, a blending of two previously isolated strategies and recognizing they're one and the same, that the council merged together at the last workshop, which was to continue the process of updating the Pacifica's local coastal plan and using that and all the other issues to improve communications and collaboration with the California Coastal Commission. Well, next and last of the goals is to broaden public communications and collaboration. And as the council may recall, really only one strategy emerged as one that was in the top set of 15 recommended by council or just suggested by council at the second workshop, which was to creatively and appropriately leverage community expertise and volunteers to advance city priorities. And the council spent a fair amount of time talking about how to work in volunteers into this goal and recognizing the legal and staffing and fairness challenges that exist, but making it a priority for staff to look at ways to leverage what is a highly engaged, highly committed, and diverse community to assist in meeting the challenges of the city. The council also had another strategy that was kind of in an other category, which dealt with staff and community mental health. And in probably the single largest change since that second workshop is in terms of my reviewing of the work the council had done and discussing work plans with staff, it became clear that the staff level focus on mental health resources really is part of that very first goal 1A about improving staff retention and recruitment and maintaining your workforce by providing them the resources they need to deal with stress and challenges that they face in the workplace, as well as familial and personal mental health challenges. So that bucket of work probably really belongs up there in goal 1 and strategy A. However, the community piece, given the city is not funded by the state as counties are to provide mental health services and resources, was recognizing that the city's role is really as a convener and mobilizer and a communicator and educator and creating connections. And that you'll see in the work plan, staff is seeing the way they can follow the council's direction is by really tying mental health resources as a vehicle and using that as an outcome for broadening public communications and collaboration, making this an appropriate strategy to have under goal 5 rather than sitting out untethered. I'll also say, as somebody who's done a lot of outlining and strategic planning, we never like to have a single strategy under a goal, because then maybe you don't need the goal and that lone strategy should become the goal. This cures that by recognizing there's two aspects here of broadening public communications and collaboration to this work. Moving on to the next slide. And staff work plans. The council has proposed 15 strategies, and for the public, this is attachment B to the staff report, which starts on packet page 318. And for each goal, which starts kind of a new page or set of pages, the guiding documents I referenced earlier are listed at the top. Then ongoing and non-discretionary items are listed with timelines that staff now for ongoing services. There are timelines in perpetuity because those likely won't go away. but they are, the one-off projects are listed with rough timelines as well. And it's important to have the guiding documents at the top of each goal because that really frames kind of the council's prior direction on how to achieve that goal. And then recognizing all the other work that your city staff is doing that needs to get done before they can start moving on to the new strategies. Then at the bottom of each goal section, there are other strategies that were considered during the 2 council workshops or that will be considered next year and in future years as the council looks at what's the next strategies to move up in as priorities to keep advancing the goals and towards the vision. And then for each strategy that is listed under each goal, there's really a couple items. First, staff is proposing a work plan to achieve that strategy based on staff's recognition of available or likely available resources. And then the work plan includes current status and a projected timeline with the first 2 years broken out by quarter and the later years of the strategic plan broken out by year. And that's just so that staff can hold themselves accountable. They're setting realistic expectations for the council and public of what can be done when, and it helps just drive forward the staff work to achieve each of the strategies. I do want to clarify that the staff work plans are always changing based on new information, new resources, staffing changes, new recruitments or retirements. They are fluid documents, and the work plans themselves are not recommended for council action. However, we present them to council because it's really staff's chance to ask council, are we interpreting what you meant by that strategy correctly? Are we moving the needle ahead on each of the strategies with the work we propose to do with the resources available? It also creates a mechanism that staff can report back to council on a semi-annual or annual basis on here's what we've done, here's how the timeline and work plans are changing, and to recognize that work going forward. So with that, let's go to the next slide, which is first some metrics. I presented this slide early on to the council when we started the strategic plan work at the very first workshop, that the mission, vision, and values should be short enough to remember or visually post. And as an outsider who's worked on a lot of these, I think what the council led us to at the end of the last retreat workshop does meet that standard. And then for goals, I recommended ideally 3 to 5, sometimes 6 goals. The council's adopted 5 goals. Roughly there should be 2 to 4 strategies, 2 to 5 strategies for each goal. You're averaging 3 strategies for each of your goals, leading to 15 work plans. And the real caution I gave to council at that first retreat, and then at the second one, when we talked about constraints, financial, staffing, and other constraints facing the city, was that while most cities can accommodate 10 to 25 staff work plans on council priorities, for a city that has as many challenges and as many projects and as constrained staffing as Pacifica has, I think you hit the sweet spot of 15 work plans as an appropriate number that staff can manage and try to deliver on to meet the council's needs and expectations. With that, let's go to council questions again. And this is on goals and strategies. And then I thought you might want to do more comments on the work plans in the after you hear from the public, unless the work plans lead to a question on the goals and strategies as presented. And that's really drawing on the page 10A of the packet, page 317, which is the listing of goals and strategies for 2023 to 2030 that we'll be asking the council to adopt later. but this is the time for the council to ask questions on those before hearing public comment.
Council, questions?
I feel like I have a lot to say, but it's not a question. So maybe we should go to public comment.
I know, that's what I'm
Yeah.
I don't want to get into deliberations.
We're in that space where our questions may lead straight into deliberation. So I'm not seeing our council having immediate questions, but I can almost assure you there will be phrases in the form of something like questions on the other side. Do you have a few more slides for us, Greg, or shall we go to public comment?
No, and I framed these first couple council slides as questions just to assist in differentiating where you were in the process. So public comment is the next slide, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. In that case, we will go to public comment. I have 2 yellow cards. It looks like I might have a third shortly. We'll start with Ramey Tan.
Good evening again, Ramey Tan, Pacific Manor. I'd like to thank the City Council, City staff for putting together a really comprehensive plan for the strategic plan. But one thing I did notice in on the category 1, there was a lot of talk about the enhancing the transit occupancy tax, the hotel tax, and encouraging more visitors to come in and enjoy our city and also generate a lot of revenues. But I didn't really see that in the outline. So I'm wondering, where does that fit in? Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a card from Lynn Adams, but I'm not seeing Lynn in the audience. She left. Okay. In that case, Sue Degree, you're up.
Thank you. I did send public things. But one I wanted to add was regarding truly affordable housing or housing in general, when we do the 20-year deed restrictions, that always concerns me why that has to happen. Because if you put a veteran who's age 40 into a deed restriction of 20 years, he's going to be 60 and maybe a disabled veteran. How? And a disabled person, developmentally disabled, goes in at 20. In 20 years, they're 40. Where are they going to go? So that's always concerning to me. I'm happy to see that public outreach was number 5. A did puzzle me a little bit. I would like to see really robust outreach to the public, all of the public, not just subgroups or representative groups or whatever, and also not just through media. And the other thing about public, I noticed that for public PEG, public education funds, comma makes a big difference. It was kind of a little confusing to me, is what are we talking about with the PEG fees? We don't want to lose not only newspapers, but public television. So what are we talking about here? We want to make sure we have cable as well as internet and telephone. Because the other thing was intelligent traffic signals. I don't know what they're being called now, but that is a 21st century transportation thing. It's not clear to me where you are on really intelligent traffic signals, and I've been, asking, and Caltrans confirmed to the council and the public at the time that they could do the technology, and we didn't have to go through the company called InSync at the time. So accountability, the one thing I've heard finally since asking about this since 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, is what you said tonight, and that was very disappointing. So, and I think, so I watch this constantly on media across the world, and it started in Europe and across the United States. And intelligent traffic signals is the 21st technology. I really think we need to be accountable for that sort of thing. So I think I covered everything. I still have a few seconds left to make sure that I really did. Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks, appreciate it.
So I don't have any other cards. Anyone who hasn't spoken is welcome to fill one out. Emily, do we have anyone on the line?
There are no raised hands.
Okay. No raised hands, no cards, so we will close public comment and bring it back to council. I don't know if Mr. Larson had any further housekeeping before we begin our deliberation, but I'll check in now.
Thank you. The only other slide of substance was to bring it back to council. And just, Mayor, obviously you can guide the process as you wish going around council to council, but your clerk or I could bring the mission, vision, and value statements back up if you choose to go through those one by one to get council direction and action on them. And then similarly with each of the goals and its associated strategies.
That sounds like a good place to start. It feels like we already had the bulk of that conversation, but let's make sure we have and wrap that before we get into more complex issues.
Excuse me, we would not be presenting them again. It's just if you wanted to use those to frame the council's discussion going through each element of the strategic plan one by one. So it'd be on the screen available to the public as well.
Yes, very good.
Madam Clerk, I can share or you can.
I'm fine with the word changes.
Seeing lots of head nods, I think we have consensus on that. City Manager, you have that bit of direction already, right?
Madam Clerk, you'll need to be in presentation mode. There.
Okay. Yeah, the vision and the values.
So, I'm sorry, was focused on the technology. Are we, so we're good with the mission statement, or were there final comments on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
And here there was a recommendation to say Pacifica strives to be an inclusive ... Okay. Make that change when you make a motion.
Okay.
And alphabetizing the values in the presentation material. So that the values would be ordered in alpha. I don't know if you need us to vote on that, but.
I can probably figure that out. I think we have it. We'll start with collaborative teamwork, I believe, at the top.
Yes. See, it's working already.
The first word, the first letter of the first word, right? So.
Sounds like, sure.
Yes.
You get it.
So, seeing head nods for that, and we can make that clear when the council makes a motion.
So are we moving right now? Or we're going to wait?
It's the mayor's prerogative on
if that makes it simpler for you, we can, but I thought we'd have the full discussion before making motions.
That's fine.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, Councilmember Beckmeyer.
So, I have a few different comments, and I'm going to try not to jump around too much. One thing that we received in public comment was concern about transportation not being highlighted, public transportation specifically. And what I wanted to check with folks on is whether that might be subsumed or part of the climate action plan activity, and it's just not specifically listed out here. but that the work on the CAAP would be including that multimodal and public transportation discussions and actions.
Yes, Councilmember Beckmeyer, I think that's an accurate perception about the development of the climate action plan. Transit is one of the areas that is focused on by the state as a primary area for greenhouse gas reduction. So we are anticipating that there will be climate action and adaptation plan strategies related to that. So, and it's not called out in the other strategies, but it would be in that.
Great, thank you. And then I just wanted to, I don't really know I don't have a lot to say about it, but I did want to underscore that I observed on packet page 321, I'm looking at goal 3, protection and development of affordable housing. And under the strategies, we have strategy B, well, strategy A, complete the housing element update, and then strategy B, update the short-term rental STR ordinance. My concern about that was I don't see the it's the LCP amendment, maybe that's why. I'm trying to figure out where exactly the legal work to update the ordinance is occurring in these little green boxes on the Q2, Q1, different fiscal years and all that.
And you're asking about the, I'm sorry, the ordinance work related to short-term rentals?
Correct.
Yeah, so the first item you see in there, B1, is the LCP amendment for the already adopted short-term rental cap action council has already taken. And then in B2 starts research and prepare draft ordinance for the major short-term rental ordinance revision.
And so
that's the process starts there, and receiving feedback from working with early on, as we want to do with Coastal Commission staff about that process, and the Planning Commission and City Council public hearings is item B4. So that's the Planning Commission and Council consideration of ordinance revisions.
So that brings us to Q1 in fiscal year 24-25.
Correct.
Which is July, August, September of 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
I was just wondering if it would help me if we could pull up like each goal on the screen with all these bar charts so that we could see them large, and maybe we can go through each one if we have questions, one at a time. So starting on packet page 318.
It's council's prerogative on how to approach this. Again, I'll reemphasize what Mr. Larson said in that, this is a working and living work plan document. So the focus tonight and what council is considering is adoption of the mission, vision, values, goals, and strategies, but the details of the work plan are a staff work plan to implement those. So we do want to get input, but it's up to the council how much in depth you want to go into these work plan strategies. We certainly can answer any questions about them if we, and we can pull them up. We do have the document to
I just have a few
show on the
questions to make
screen.
sure that we're confirming what we.
Yeah, I had a
the direction
similar
we gave.
concern. Are you suggesting a fine-tooth comb, or do you have some?
No, I just
Okay,
have a few questions.
by all means.
And also on page 317, like before that document, I have a couple comments, so you
Yeah,
can
let's
do
start
that
there. Yeah.
first. That's okay?
And Councilmember Bowles, do you need staff to bring up those grids to the screen, or are you okay working?
It would be helpful because I'm having a
Okay.
hard time on my little device. Yeah.
And the public can see what we're looking at too then.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Going back to the discussion about the mental health resources, because I think it is extremely important that we call out providing mental health resources for our staff.
Sarah, page 317, please. Sorry, Mary.
Oh, that's okay. And I understand it being put under staff retention, but I think I would like to see a bullet about it. Just because it was what we talked about. We talked about staff and community resources for mental health, and I don't see that here, and I would really like to see that here. I think because I'm concerned about our overworked staff, and I want to make sure that we take care of them. And so for me, it's important to see that because it was what we talked about.
Mr. Mayor, if I may jump in because I was moving possibly too fast in the presentation. Under the, if you go to the work plan for goal 1, under strategy A, improve staff retention and recruitment, based on the council discussion, your staff did add under A1, mental health resources at the very end of that, but it's clearly the council's prerogative to inform staff that they think that's a high priority and could be elevated up more significantly. And staff, I do have the spreadsheets ready to share if you'd prefer I share from my screen.
Councilmember Beard,
We
you
have
can do
them
that on
that we can pull up. Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Okay.
Page 318.
318.
But
Packet page.
if I'm understanding Councilmember Beer's comment, correct me if I'm wrong, but are you suggesting that something related to mental health be a standalone strategy under Goal 1? Or is what Mr. Larson mentioned where mental health resources are talked about in strategy A1 in the work plan? And I can read that strategy is a little bit lengthy, but it talks about positioning the city as a great place to work, and then it talks about professional development resources, mental health resources, health and wellness resources, and capitalizing on all of those to show that we are an organization that really focuses on and values that.
I guess that's okay.
Is it sufficient?
I hope so. I hope it's sufficient enough to get resources to our staff. You know what I mean? And I think because we talked about it in a strategy, right? In one of the strategies. And so I see it in the work plan, but I don't see it in the strategy. So as a standalone strategy, I think it would be worth having a standalone strategy. But if, I'll turn to you to see what you feel about it, if you think that the strategy in the work plan is enough.
How do you feel about wellness programs and mental health being paired together in terms of, because I think about, as we were saying before, some of the issues around, getting outdoors and, trying to figure out how to make those priorities, take vacation time, those kinds of things along as part of appropriately constructing a workplace that takes care of mental health needs, in addition to specific resources that support mental health.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'm okay.
Are you sure?
You don't sound okay.
Do you want to add that to 1? I mean, leave it in the community, but add it up back. Oh, no, sorry.
No, but that's what I was
under
suggesting.
1A.
Yeah, on page 317.
Yep.
I was going to say, can you just add the word or something? Improve staff retention, recruitment, and mental health services? I don't know. Can it just be there, or would you prefer to be a standalone item?
No, that would be great. If we could add the word, that would make me feel like I'm doing my part.
Yeah, I respect that.
Including health and community mental health resources.
City manager, does that track?
I'm hearing some thoughts about in Goal 1, Strategy A, to say something like improve staff retention, recruitment, and health and wellness, mental health and wellness resources, and increase staffing for rising workloads.
Boom, yes.
Okay. So improve staff retention, recruitment, and mental health and wellness resources, and increase staffing for rising workloads.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I have one other one.
Okay.
Go for it.
Same page. I think we're on number 4, strategy B, where it talks about urban forestry, tree canopy, inventory, and projects. I feel like there's a few different things in there, and it would help me understand it more if they were separated out. Like urban forestry plan, comma, tree canopy goals, comma, inventory and projects. Urban forestry plan, comma, tree canopy goals, comma, inventory and projects.
Fine.
Makes sense to me. Councilmember Bowles, I believe.
Oh, I'm just looking at this page, which I didn't really have comments, but it did strike me that roads were missing from number 2, and I know there's a sub-goal for that, which is actually at the bottom, even though we have to do it next year, the 5-year streets improvements plan.
Where are you? Could you tell me?
Oh, sorry, just on number 2, there's no mention of roads, and I know that's something that.
So we're on packet page 320, is that correct?
The same
317.
one, 317.
17.
The strategies are on 320. The strategies are on 320. So I'm cross-referencing what's written here with what's more detailed here.
I mean, it's on the subcategory, so maybe it doesn't belong here, but.
Here we go.
So at the council's last workshop, under Goal 2 on city infrastructure and facilities, there was the discussion about the next update to the streets master plan.
Right.
And that was identified as an issue that I think we referenced would be coming back to you in 2024 as a strategy to be added then, but that it wasn't right to add it at this time because it's too early to start that work. And I believe your Public Works Director is available to provide additional comment.
Yeah.
If I'm hearing Councilmember Bowles correctly, under strategies, it's falling in the right place, but it seems like perhaps a goal regarding street conditions is what she has in mind?
Continue the street improvement projects. Because we're in one now, and then we're going to do another 5-year.
So I think our approach to the work plan was that one of the ongoing non-discretionary or previously initiated projects and services is our streets plan. And that next year is the year we need to begin preparing the next 5-year plan. So it's an ongoing non-discretionary workload. It's not, on this goal is tricky because there are so many capital projects that are non-discretionary, pre-approved and ongoing, so we don't list them all in there, but they are all in the CIP, which you'll be discussing later tonight.
So what I hear you suggesting is that that which is not discretionary is not appropriate for a goal. The non-discretionaries are not necessary to be called out as goals since they're already ongoing. Is that correct?
Yes, mostly. There are some non-discretionary or pre-approved projects, et cetera, that if they squarely fall into one of the strategies that the council identified, we put it in there as the work plan. But then there are others that don't fall squarely under those strategies, and they fall under that gray box at the top of the work plan, which is all the non-discretionary pre-approved projects, et cetera. And I'll just point out on that, when you graphically look at this work plan, you can kind of blur your eyes and just see the green color that is very, very strong and bold in that top gray box. And then you look down and the others fall out of that. That just shows the metric of the 80 to 90% ongoing work that we have our resources committed to is focused on those pre-approved non-discretionary projects.
Mr. Manager, if I might suggest, given the council discourse, I wonder if in that top gray box on packet page 320, we don't explicitly call out the streets improvement plan, continued work on that as ongoing work like we have with the wastewater work, the civic center renovation, and the ADA work. And just so that the council and what the council is communicating the public wants to know that work is going to happen.
Would it be appropriate to add the word streets into the dark bullet, the dark bolded item number 2, where it says improve and steward city infrastructure and facilities? Could we say city infrastructure, comma, streets, and I don't know if we need another comma,
yeah.
and facilities, just because maybe people don't think of streets as infrastructure.
Yeah,
exactly.
great point. Staff thinks of streets automatically as infrastructure, but happy to add that if that's the council's direction.
Yeah, I think it's good to be somewhere just to make sure the public, I mean, the public knows, you know, I want the public to know that we're hearing them, that we know the issues. And I agree with what Greg said too, that I think that could move up on packet page 320 also, because it is ongoing work, and then it can go on the calendar for when we do the update in the future.
So I'm hearing the thought to add streets to the actual wording of goal number 2, and then we'll add the 5-year continuation of the 5-year streets plan in the gray non-discretionary box at top to be explicit about that.
I have a question about the PEG, and can you explain that, and what's the amendment, what's changing there, and what is the PEG used for?
You're talking about PEG fees, and I am not going to be able to tell you what that acronym stands for unless I think on it for a long while, but someone else might, like the city attorney or assistant city manager Carter, but I can describe what that is. So number one, that item related to public communications, we have an outdated and not current agreement with Pacific Coast TV. We need to update that agreement. PEG fees are the fees that come with the community cable to the city and then are used for city technology needs to facilitate communication and collaboration, such as audio visual, and they're used in part also to fund your local cable access station. And this is all governed in federal law. So when we renew the PCT agreement, we'll bring information forward about the PEG fees that come to the city and how they're dispersed, and council can discuss it at that time. But it's important to that we do need to update that agreement and review those fees and how they're used, et cetera.
They're just public, educational, and government fees.
There you go, thank
And
you.
it says designated only for capital expenditures that finance day-to-day operations of public access channels.
Is it possible for us to remove that section and the use of PEG fees? Can it just say amend an agreement with Pacific Coast Television regarding services and not say and use of PEG fees in this document? It would make me feel more, whether you're going to talk about them or not, that's awesome, but I don't feel comfortable having that there.
Certainly, this is an item we haven't discussed prior, and
Yeah.
so as a council, I feel like maybe we're not all on the same page. Might it be possible, as we're figuring out potentially readjusting E, when staff and PCT presumably meet to reevaluate that agreement, perhaps it would be a good idea to tap our liaison to PCT along with that conversation so that there's a robust understanding across the board as we engage in that process? And you're the liaison, yeah. So if you think that's a good idea.
So Mary, could you say again where you would make a wording change, exactly what packet page you're talking about and everything?
Sure. Packet page 323, under goal 5, letter E. It says amend agreement with Pacific Coast Television regarding services and use of PEG fees and evaluate city technology needs. And I just don't feel comfortable about the and use of PEG fees being in this document.
If I may, and the council, of course, can direct whatever wording you want in there, but it's my goal in these tasks to be transparent about what the issue is that will be coming before the council. So when we're looking at the PCT agreement, we also need to look at PEG fees, and we need to also be looking at the technology needs the city has for communication, audio, visual, et cetera, to facilitate hybrid meetings and all of that. So my goal is just to be, if you don't include that in there, and then when it comes forward, suddenly there's a discussion about PEG fees, it's like, well, the task in the work plan didn't say that. So that's why I included it in there, and it's up to the council to decide what wording to include.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might just add, what was really being presented based on the last workshop was council review and action on the goals and strategies, not on the work plan language, because that changes and morphs based on resources. So I don't actually think a motion or action is needed. However, staff always wants council guidance on problematic language or concerns, and that's clearly what I heard on Goal 5, ongoing project bullet E from the council member. But specific changes aren't, that's not really before the council for action, because that's fluid. What's listed there will change over time.
Well, I understand that, it is right in front of us. So I will take this opportunity to talk about it. And it just doesn't, the whole statement just doesn't seem very supportive.
I think a place where I'm having a hesitation is, knowing what PCT just experienced to finally establish their place physically, which was a rather long-fought battle, and now at the cusp of actually being able to flourish. I have a concern that we might take away the tool they need to make sure that we have that resource in our community. And I think that some of the concern I'm hearing at the dais has something to do with not knowing what exactly this work item entails, and so there's concern given what we feel the community just went through to get PCT to where it is, a place that represents us and is enabling us to be as transparent as we wish to be. And so around this item, is a great deal of concern. Again, I feel like the more we engage our liaison to PCT in that process, that might ease that concern substantially amongst us, but some mechanism to ease that initial inherent tension would be helpful.
So going back to my comment earlier, trying to pinpoint and have a better relationship from the calendar, what I'm reading on Goal 5, Item E, is that the time frame for discussing this and getting into the meat of it is going to be over the July to December of next year timeframe. Am I correct? Or this year?
In this work plan, it's this year.
Oh, so it's this year. So July to December of '23 is when we're going to be undertaking this? Is
Yeah,
that correct?
and I mean, PCT and city staff have been over this last year talking about we need to update the agreement. We need a current agreement. And so that's the goal. There's lots of questions. I've talked with Martin about, Marty about PCT's offering lots of services. We used them, during COVID. We use it. There's lots we could be doing with PCT, and we want to modernize all of that. And with mentioning, so that's review of the agreement, update the agreement, or amend the agreement regarding services, and then we can take, it's council's direction, we want to take use of PEG fees out, but at the same time as doing the agreement, we need to talk about PEG fees because we need to make sure they're being used appropriately. And that's part of the discussion about the agreement with PCT. That's the core financial component of the agreement of PCT. So that's why I mentioned that in there, but we can use whatever wording the council prefers for this.
Well, I would like to honor our liaison to PCT's comment. I agree with her. It's a hot button issue, and it's not really, we're not getting into super granular specifics on every one of these gray bar items. And so, and I would also say from the little that I know about it, there seems to be some discontinuity between the federal and the state on this issue. While it is an FCC controlled issue, there's some discontinuity. So I would expect at the time that it's brought forward, our city attorney is going to give us a full briefing on exactly what it means, what the interpretations are, how it's implemented in other cities, et cetera. And I just don't know that we need to flag it right here at this point in time.
So I'm hearing interest in taking that out and use of PEG fees, but leave in evaluate city technology needs to enhance delivery of hybrid, leave that portion in? Okay.
Councilmember Bowles, did you have more?
Yeah, well, I haven't really started. I'm sorry. So I just want to start with page 318, if you can just pull that up. So back to goal 1. And I'm looking at item J, and which are all the work of our planning department, which is all like lumped into one item, which worries me for their mental health and just for ours too, to not like kind of understand what the priorities are, in the different years. We know the local coastal land use plan has to be done this year. The Shark Park specific plan, my understanding is, will follow after that because it needs to comply with the new local coastal land use plan. The quarry would also follow for that same reason. I know there's some work that's going on simultaneously, but it would be nice to kind of have kind of a breakout of kind of priorities of you know, what staff is really focusing on at the time. So anyway, just a suggestion.
Can I ask a clarifying question on this one? And maybe the Director Murdoch would be the right person. I don't know. But as I was listening to Councilmember Bowles, I'm wondering if the leading issue here is the local coastal land use plan and all the other things listed are in relationship specifically to that, right? So when I read and zoning code amendments, I was thinking about, oh, you know, the zoning code amendments related to the housing element. And then I went, oh, no, wait, because that's somewhere else in here under housing element. So it probably means in zoning code amendments flowing from the local coastal land use plan.
Well,
Am I right?
maybe Christian should talk, because I think there's also some zoning issues that we need to go through with after the general plan update too. So I think it's broader than.
Oh.
I'm also curious if there was just so much in the planning department that the idea is just to say that we have so much going on in the planning department and here's a list of it. And that's just a bullet point in that vein.
Yeah. Again, going back to the intent here is a lot of these, like on the infrastructure plan, you have one box that is about all of our wastewater projects. It's a very high-level view of the work plan. It's not intended to be in the weeds. We did feel it important enough to call out for transparency these particularly high-level and time-consuming tasks like the LUP, the Sharp Park Specific Plan, which is an LCP amendment, the quarry site specific planning process, which is very significant, and a multitude of zoning code amendments, which Ms. Director Murdoch could speak more to if the council wishes. So this is a very big bucket of work right here, and it clearly extends probably further into year 5 and year 6, but you know, for now we put it through year 4, hoping to have these major plans done by then. But
I guess part of it is wondering if we can take some load off of planning. Like the quarry, for example. We're going to be hearing the reclamation plan soon, but that work is like a 5-year project, right, to actually bring in the dirt and whatever they're proposing. So the quarry specific plan maybe doesn't need to start for a couple of years. So I'm trying to give a little leeway that we can take a little bit of the load off of planning.
What we're looking at is a 7-year plan.
Right, but it's all lumped together, and it's actually, this only goes through, it goes through 4. It's just a suggestion. If we don't think it's necessary, that's okay.
And the quarry site specific plan work is the result of previous council direction on council priorities for numerous years to begin as soon as the quarry reclamation plan is approved. And that's going to be a lengthy community input, community engagement process, and it is a very central project and planning process to the city's economic sustainability, which is what this goal is all about.
Right.
I'm sorry. This goal is all about that. So, so that's why it's in here like that.
Okay, got it.
I'm comfortable leaving it as it is currently. If anyone else wants to speak on it, when we're done with that one, Councilmember Beer has a comment. Councilmember Beer.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I understand, Christine, where you're going with that, because for me, it would be really nice to be able to talk to our public about what is happening right now, what's going to happen later. Maybe this isn't the document for us to see that, and maybe we can request for more details about it moving forward so that we can talk to the public about it.
Right.
Because that would help me a lot. I get a lot of questions and I don't have a lot of answers all the time, so that'd be good.
I think that's an accurate comment in that all of these tasks here themselves have numerous city council meetings, public communication documents. I mean, these are all very significant pieces of work that we're doing and communicating with the public and public meetings and council planning commission meetings, et cetera. And so in the process of any specific project, there's all of that communication that occurs. This is a very high level work plan to balance our resources and work that we're doing for the next several years.
And with all these initial gray boxes about ongoing non-discretionary work, it occurs to me that this is essentially the list of the things we're not discussing tonight, because those discretionary work plans that follow the non-discretionary work plans fall under those various goals and then strategies. But it occurs to me that this conversation regarding J specifically under Goal 1 might actually be simpler if merely the year 5 and 6 boxes were shaded green rather than being left gray. But I may be oversimplifying something somewhere.
Yeah.
If we're ready to move on, I'm going to comment on number 2, page 320.
Okay.
So one of the goals was to complete selected stormwater and flooding improvements citywide. I want to stress that, citywide. And just remembering our drainage study that identified 3 priority areas. So Lundamar is 1, Sharp Park is 1, and then Monterey Big Inch Creek is 1. And only Lundamar is here on the work plans for this year, and I understand that's a priority. There's, sewage issues and public health. But the others aren't even on here to be considered in future years. And, ours is dangerous. We have cars moved by the rain and people knocked off their feet in the rain. It's a public safety issue too, and I don't want it to be lost. So.
Are you suggesting if perhaps we added rows beneath 4 and then had years 3, 4, 5, 6 shaded accordingly?
That would be lovely, yeah.
I'm very comfortable with that. My only concern is I don't know if staff has thought that far in terms of those projects, since that particular project has, for the obvious reason, taken the precedence. But I agree with you, and I think that if staff is comfortable with that level of foresight, I certainly am. City Manager?
Yeah, we can add a row A5 that talks about future storm drainage improvements and probably as well ongoing fundraising strategies for those. But this is an area, as the council knows, where we don't have funding and we have to seek grant funding for these projects and or take little tiny bites off as we can afford it in our budget approvals. And so that's, you see there, items 1 through 4, the real focus over the next 2 years that we anticipate. But if, as all of this works, if there's a big federal grant that we can get for major storm improvements, then this work plan changes, and council also retools strategies and goals every year. So I'm happy to add A5, though, to say something to that effect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I definitely had 3 head nods. Are the
Yes.
Sues on board? Cool.
Yes.
We're unanimous.
And then if we're ready to move on to goal 3, I wanted to talk about item 2 under strategies, A2 under the housing element. So we discussed this a bit at the last meeting too. This says potential additional joint study session with Planning Commission, City Council after HCD comments. And we specifically said during. so that we're not losing the time, was the direction that we gave. And so I'm just concerned about that word. So maybe we can just, if we want to just cross it out completely, the after HCD comments, that's okay with me. But I wanted to talk about this a little bit because I have a few concerns if this is going to get put off, because we're on such a short time frame to get our housing element and our zoning updates complete before the end of January. And we also, in this document, say we're prioritizing the economic opportunity study, but there's conflicts between some of the sites in the economic opportunity study and in the housing element. For example, the Lindemar Park and Ride is identified as some low-income, 54 units of low-income housing in the housing element, and it's identified in the economic opportunity study as commercial, hotel, restaurant. So that's one thing. And then secondly, the zoning code updates are not just about changing like commercial to residential. This is also our opportunity to ask for public benefits when we're rezoning, right? So, because once we change something from, like the Seabowl site, when we change that from commercial to residential, we don't have that negotiating power anymore because the state laws for housing are so strong that we're not going to be able to ask for those things. So I think these discussions are important, and they're going to take a little while. And whether it's a study session or whether there's an ad hoc committee, I've spoken with Planning Commissioner Hauser about it also. I mean, she's offering that the Planning Commission can maybe take this up and take a first pass of staff. I know staff is busy working on the LCP next. Again, this is part of how can we engage our community, but how can we move this forward and make sure we're going to have a document that not only serves HCD, but serves our public and our development moving forward.
And as you bring up the LCP, I don't think it's first one and then the other. I think it might actually be both to some degree. And, when we were having that joint study session discussion, we were ending on that note of there's pretty strong consensus amongst both boards at the dais that we would really like to have that discussion. But as I was requesting that discussion simultaneously, I kind of left in this little if it's doable, and that it would be good for staff to come back to Chair of Planning Commission and myself to let us know whether or not that conversation reasonably can happen before the HCD comments are returned. I'm aware of one or two planning commissioners who have been following up on their side, but this might actually be a good opportunity to just have an update from staff where we are. Are we able to have that conversation before HCD comments? Is it not feasible? Because that was the hanging chad I left at that meeting, and it would be good to have that discussion now to know what we're working with since it's in front of us.
Well, I want to make sure we're talking about the strategic plan and the staff work plan for next fiscal year, so July and beyond. We're not talking about what happens in the next 2 months. And as the council directed, we will evaluate the next steps in parallel to HCD review of the housing element, and that will happen before the end of this fiscal year, and a discussion about what the steps are sooner than before the end of the fiscal year. I mean, over the next probably few weeks, there's some planning workloads there as mentioned, but this work plan is not about that, nor is this work plan about the details about the very specific steps related to the housing element. And again, I want to point out that it's intended to be high level. So when we're talking about phase 1 zoning ordinance amendments, phase 2, we're not talking specifically about the content of those. That information will come from council dialogue as we go through the process on those projects. But so here we're not talking about the specifics of the housing element steps. We're talking about the council strategic plan.
And I hear you, and since
timeline.
the nomenclature is specifically potential additional joint study session, I wonder if maybe we can't just take out the last 3 words after HCD comments?
Well, again, this is after July. We anticipate that when we get HCD comments back, we will need another potential joint study session with Planning Commission and Council. That's a very specific task that will require a lot of staff work and preparation. So we are saying that there will be that potential for that joint study session after HCD comes back. We're not talking in this work plan at all about what happens between now and July 1st.
I really appreciate that clarification, because with a robust grid of this nature, it's very easy for that to get lost in my mind. And so for you to redirect me to the specific timeline and that it doesn't negate what happens between now and then, I really appreciate that reminder, because I heard what Christine was saying, and it was helpful to be reminded of the timelines, as not only they can be seen in front of me, but the timelines that aren't being shown in front of me. Did you follow?
Yeah, I followed.
Okay.
That's okay. It's just, originally, in speaking with City Manager Woodhouse, I think staff preferred to wait until we had HCD comments before having this meeting, which could be in 3 months, right? We haven't quite submitted yet, and then, right, I've heard from several people in the last few days that they're taking the full 90 days. So that would put us in this time frame if we're not having our study session before. So anyway, it's a nuance, but I just don't want that to get lost, because I think there's still a lot of work to do, and I know Planning Commissioner Hauser has also submitted some additional sites, and I've heard that that's probably going to be necessary also. And we need to kind of know that so we can start our CEQA process too. So I think the time is just really critical. So I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you have anything else on goal 3?
I don't think so. Well, actually, I do. This is a related question. So under C, so number 3 says phase. So there's a phase 1 rezonings in 1 and 2, and then there's a phase 2, which includes objective design standards, design guidelines. If someone could just explain briefly the difference between the two different steps and the rezoning and the language that we're working on, that would be helpful.
Sure, and again, information about this we will be bringing, preparing sort of the longer, more detailed work plan about how to proceed with all these steps in the housing element. But Director Murdoch can explain it in more detail. Preliminarily, we have such a tight timeline to meet state deadlines by January 31st of 2024 that the phase 1 of zoning is going to be, and necessarily is going to be, really focused on the regulatory compliance zoning ordinance amendments that we need to make to meet that timeline. And I'll turn it over.
Before Director Murdoch answers your question, and it's a good question, I think that, at least by me, the point is well taken that this list has more to do with, I think as we're discussing it for this item, if we're discussing one of these items, the question is, does it support the goal? And I look forward to hearing the answer also, but some of the answers to these might have to do with when we hear the item later, rather than answering all of them now, because that goal is, it's an appropriate work item for that goal, and understanding it is fine, but there may be more appropriate venues to seek a full understanding, whereas now we're evaluating more than less whether or not these items are supportive of the goal. And if they're not, we should definitely discuss that. Does that make sense? Okay. Director Murdoch, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Council, Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I will do my best to simplify what's a really complex set of planning challenges facing the city over the next 12 to 18 months. To take a step back from the housing element for a moment, The city council enacted a new general plan, the 2040 general plan, in July of 2022. Ordinarily, we would be undertaking a lot of rezoning to change zoning classifications and doing detailed zoning work to implement the general plan. We did not have that luxury given where our general plan update fell in relation to our region's adoption timeline for the 6th cycle housing element. And so we had to shift gears immediately, hit the pause button on the sort of more general and conventional zoning work that would follow a comprehensive general plan update and focus on preparing the housing element. The challenges compounded in terms of the housing element process given the compressed timeline to do the work and the deadline that we were not able to achieve in terms of housing element adoption, which has put us on a 12-month rezoning timeline to implement our RHNA, or our Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And so what the Phase 1 zoning program will do is focus simply, as City Manager Woodhouse said, on the minimal legally required rezonings. In other words, changing the zoning classifications and making general plan amendments to the parcels themselves to accommodate the particular densities needed to implement the RHNA. In a more best case scenario, we would ordinarily do that combined with more detailed objective standards work and bring a package through for housing element related rezonings. We don't have the luxury of time to do that, particularly given the amount of time it takes to do a thoughtful, comprehensive objective standards development and creation process. So that's why we've had to necessarily break it into a Phase 2. So once we complete Phase 1, which is the minimally required legal rezonings for the housing element by January 31st of 2024, we then have the Phase 2 to do more in-depth objective standards zoning work.
I guess I don't quite understand what objective standards are versus like community benefits that we were talking about before.
So in the traditional sense, objective standards mean quantitative zoning standards that are specifying things like building height, lot coverage, floor area ratio, and they can even get into like architectural or design related objective standards like percentage of glazing and minimum building step backs and so forth. What that process will actually take shape to be for us, remains to be seen. That's part of developing the work plan for Phase 2. The community engagement, planning commission, and council engagement process is on that really robust zoning work. But I imagine it will be more fully fledged than a minimal sort of accomplish the legal requirement Phase 1 zoning process, which is what needs to happen in relatively short order to comply with state law related to the housing element.
But I just wanted to confirm what I had said before, that, if we want to impose certain community benefits on lots we're rezoning, that should be part of the Phase 1, right?
So I think I need to know more about what you mean by community benefits, because more often than not, community benefits come up in a different context, a negotiation for a development agreement that might allow a developer greater development potential than the baseline land use regulations. Perhaps what you mean is making sure that there are, appropriate parkland areas or other community-oriented uses that are accommodated in the zoning. That's a different conversation, and that's one that's going to be a bit challenging to have, in my opinion, in the compressed time frame where we have to do the environmental work as well as the technical work and the hearing process in less than a year at this point. But we can certainly confer as a team and figure out to what extent we can ensure there's a conversation that happens related to that before we have to do the minimally required rezonings for the housing element.
Okay, so we can talk about that when you bring it back. Yeah.
In about a year.
If you would please, because I think Councilmember Bowles is onto something that I asked about when we had our study session, because I needed clarification on these Phase 1, Phase 2, and objective standards in somewhat the same way, except for less knowledgeable because I'm not an architect. So if we can put a pin in it so we make sure that when it does come back that we're addressing the points that she's bringing forward around, I think those community benefits like parks and other community serving resources, right? I think city attorney had something to say on this. Hold her mic close to her mouth.
No, because you just concluded the discussion, so I don't want to bring up another topic that's going to create more discussion. If you're, I was just trying to help with the discussion, but if you're all satisfied with, then I don't need to say anything.
Thank you, Planning Director. Councilmember Bowles, we do have 3 more items after this one. Do you have any more on this list that would affect in relation to the goals? Okay. Though as your questions have arisen duly, because when you see a list of everything we have to work on, questions naturally arise, it might be good to consult with staff outside of the discussion of how these are relating to the goals.
And I'm working on it. Yeah.
Very good.
I have just one more quick point.
Please.
We heard a public comment inquiring about the inclusion or not of TOT as a possible funding strategy. And I wanted to clarify with the city manager that, in my view, maybe I'm wrong, packet page 318, under council strategies with staff work plans, B, consider possible tax and bond measures for 2024. It's in there, right? I mean, that would be one of the things we would be considering, I presume, looking at our TOT again.
Correct.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the more visitors and so forth are all part of the economic opportunity study too. So it is in there, Remy.
Got it.
And TOT is on goal 1, line E. Just says audit.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
there is. It's so little.
It is
Yeah, that one, it relates to auditing the current TOT to make sure we're getting that, what's owed is paid, and then for considering future tax measures, increasing the TOT is an obvious one.
Thank you, staff, for all your work on this. It's a lot that incorporated from so many different
very intense
groups. And
This list in and of itself is rather a rabbit hole, isn't it?
Yes.
So that you need a motion at this point?
Yeah, so if the mayor would prefer, I can review the notes that I have about and then for a council motion, what's before the council is adoption of the strategic plan, which includes the mission, vision, values, goals, and strategies. And the comments and notes that were made on the work plan were noted by staff. That's not an action for council adoption tonight, but we've noted those. But the specific changes were under vision to say Pacifica strives to be an inclusive, et cetera. Alphabetize the values. Goals number 2, to add streets after infrastructure. And then on goal 1, strategy A, to add, to have it say improve staff retention, recruitment, mental health and wellness resources, and increase staffing for rising workloads. I should say, and mental health and wellness resources, and increase staffing for rising workloads. And then for goal 4, strategy B, I believe the wording could be continue the urban forestry management plan, tree canopy goals, inventory, and projects. And did I miss anything? I think those were the direct edits.
Sounds good to me. Would someone like to make the motion?
Peg fees.
Oh, yeah.
And removing end use of peg fees under item 5E.
Yes, again, but that's part of the staff work plan, so council's not taking action on that tonight. We've noted all the comments on the work plan, though.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I move that we accept the strategic goals with amendments.
So you're approving as amended
Approving as amended.
by,
See why I
by
don't-
staff.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, please vote.
With the motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos, seconded by Councilmember Beckmeyer, item number 10 as amended passes with a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Larson. We appreciate your help.
313.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Big Stick, I wanted to offer for the council's consideration that perhaps we move the iBank financing item that was previously moved from consent to the last item on consideration, that we move it next. Of the next three items, which all actually should happen tonight, the iBank financing authorization has to happen tonight. Other items, if we weren't to get to them for any reason, we might look to schedule special meetings, but, you know, they have tight timelines. Of course, the bid has a strict timeline on it, so we do want to get to those, but the iBank financing is really a
Shall we hear it
critical
as
decision.
number 11, or do you need a motion for us to reconfigure things?
We should have a motion now by the council to move item 13 to, after item 10.
Does that make it a 10A, or does it make it an 11?
I usually say 10A.
Okay. I move moving item number 13 to 10A.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
Let me reset and have you guys vote.
Uh-oh.
I missed a couple.
Ruh-roh.
Can I amend your vote
Oh, wait.
to,
Hold on.
yes, can you hold on a second?
Go ahead and reset that, please.
So that we do the budget last and the bid, because we do have members of the public waiting to speak about the BID.
Yes.
Order all of it. Just check on the motion. She says check.
So
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and retract my motion.
I'll let you do that. Yeah, I concur.
Okay. I would like to do the iBid and then, the iBank and then the bid and then the budget, because we do have a member of public waiting to speak on that. Okay?
A second.
Okay.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
That passes unanimously.
And seeing as it's 10:28 currently, I'm going to move that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
I second.
Please vote.
That passes unanimously.
Okay, item 10A then, is it?
Yes, thank you, and we will be bringing our outside financing counsel, Chick Adams, on Zoom with us in as well, and we have our esteemed team from Public Works and Finance here to present.
Okay, Nelson. Ilya, Maria, Nelson, welcome. Staff
you,
report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This is the iBank installation sale agreement to partially fund the wastewater CIP. Request authorization to execute the agreement. Next slide, please. The California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank was created in 1994 to finance public infrastructure and private development that promote a healthy climate for jobs, contribute to a strong economy, and improve the quality of life in the California communities. iBank has broad authority to provide financing to public agencies. iBank's current programs include the Infrastructure State Revolving Fund, or ISRF program. iBank's ISRF rates are highly competitive and provide a cost-effective method of financing infrastructure projects. Let's see if I get the clicker right. There we go. At the May 9, 2022 council meeting, council adopted a resolution approving new wastewater service charges rates to finance the upcoming 5-year wastewater capital improvements program, CIP. Staff worked with Ludorf and Scalamini Consulting Engineers, LSCE, to develop best financing strategies to finance CIP projects during the 5-year rate increase period. Based on the work with LSCE, staff recommended borrowing $21 million from iBank to partially fund the 5-year wastewater CIP. The wastewater CIP was approved by the City Council on May 27, 2022, as part of the budget. At the August 8, 2022 council meeting, staff received authorization to apply for iBank funding. iBank's board approved the city's ISRF application on January 25, 2023 for $21 million. During this board meeting, that's when we lock in the rate for our actual loan. So we need to finance funding agreement paperwork by the week of 5/22 to obtain the rate. At this board meeting, the 30-year fixed rate was established at 4.36%, and that was locked in. Going back to the original Bartle-Wells rate study, staff and the report had assumed an interest rate of 4%. So looking at the difference between the 4.36% we're getting or proposing to receive, so for an additional 0.36%, this translates into an annual payment increase of approximately $55,000 per year and a total payment increase over the 30-year duration of the loan of $1.5 million. The city's rate consultant, Bartle-Wells, confirmed the wastewater enterprise net revenue projections based on the new wastewater service charges will support the existing wastewater debt service and the iBank payment schedule. And the key criterion here is that our debt service coverage ratio will be greater than or equal to 125%. The iBank is only funding 2 of the bigger CIP wastewater projects. The $11 million ultraviolet disinfection replacement project. Mr. Mayor and Council, you may all remember this. This is the replacement of the equipment in that, at our wastewater treatment plant. The equipment has timed out. The vendor is no longer supporting that equipment. And secondly, approximately $10 million for the Lower Lindemar Sewer System Rehabilitation and Repair Project. And we've just shown a shading here of the portion of the area that's covered by that project. And finally, staff requests council to adopt a resolution to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement to receive funds from iBank not to exceed $21 million to finance the Lower Lindemar Sewer Rehab Project and the Ultraviolet Disinfection Replacement Project. In future council meetings, staff will request authorization to apply for and borrow the remaining amount needed for the 5-year CIP wastewater program from the Environmental Protection Agency's Water Infrastructure and Innovative Act Program, or WIFIA. And with that, trying to go to the next slide. We'll accept questions. Thank you.
Questions from council? Councilmember Bowles.
Yeah, I have a few, and I appreciate staff's response to my questions that I had sent in earlier today, and just wanted to follow up on a few things. So I'm just concerned about taking out a big loan and for 30 years, and just knowing that, you know, with the interest and all the fees, that we're basically paying twice, you know, the amount that we're borrowing. And, you know, for the wastewater plant, knowing that the contract we just signed for this equipment is for 25 years and the loan is the warranty is 25 years and the loan is 30, and so we'll probably still be paying for it when we need to replace it again, right? So anyway, just a few questions. So one is, they talk about prepayment on page 105, and where we can't do that. From what I understand, we can't do that for 10 years, right? And then they say if we want to prepay the whole thing, then we need to have an agreement with them. So it sounds like it's something that's not necessarily possible. I'm just wondering what you know about that, if that's something other cities have done, if you think that's an issue at all. Because obviously if we can prepay, we can avoid a lot of that interest if we're able to get some grant funding or something that, helps offset those costs.
And Councilmember Bowles, we do have our financial counsel, Chick Adams, on Zoom there, and that might be, the prepayment provision might be a question for him, but I'll turn it over to whomever might best answer that. The prepayment, I'll just say prepayment restrictions are a common thing for a time period in such financing structures.
Welcome, Mr. Adams. And you are on mute, sir.
Here we go, unmute. There we go. Good evening, everybody. I appreciate your accommodating my schedule for this item. Yes, Councilmember, you are correct. The prepayment provision only is exercisable by the city after a period of time. 10 years is a common prepayment provision. As the city manager indicates, a standard bond issue has this exact same provision. So it's nothing unusual. Your prior bond issues have all had this same feature, and you have summarized it correctly.
Okay, and are the loan maintenance fees that total over $1 million over the course of the loan something standard too? I mean, I understand loan origination fees and so forth. I'm not quite sure why we have to pay so much year to year over the 30 years. But maybe that's typical for these kinds of loans, which is not my experience.
I'm not sure I can answer that. I'm not familiar with these fees. I will say that this is a standard iBank loan document, and they have their program and they have their fees and costs, and they pass them through. So that's probably what's going on here.
Does Public Works staff, I mean, are other loans that we get typically have such a large sort of overhead maintenance fee, on top of the interest that we're paying?
Are you referring to, Councilmember, are you referring to?
Nelson, be so kind as the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sorry. Are you referring to the annual percentage?
Yes.
So I think that's what the question is, Chick.
Okay.
As opposed to the 4.36% is an all-in or an inclusive rate. And even at 4.36%, this is a pretty reasonable rate given the current conditions that we find ourselves in. But I do acknowledge your comment was basically the 0.3% per year annual fee.
But that's on top of the 4.36%, right?
Oh, no, that's
the
included in the
maintenance
4.36%.
Oh, it is.
The actual loan interest, the interest rate is 4.06%, and then there is a 0.3% annual for a total inclusive interest rate of 4.36%.
Okay. So, but
Christine, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and that is typical. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to educate myself and learn as part
I mean, Chick can probably speak to it more clearly than myself, but I don't know if it's typical per se, but we're looking at that 4.36% total all-in rate. We think that that's pretty reasonable in this particular economic climate.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that this is a standard, in our experience, this is a standard iBank fee. Again, they charge it on all of their transactions, all of their loans to other cities. So it's not out of the ordinary, but it is peculiar to their loan program.
Okay, so but there are other banks that we sometimes borrow infrastructure funds from that don't have those fees? That's,
I will just say that, but I will defer to Chick. I have seen maintenance fees on a lot of installment loan agreements. I mean, there is a maintenance fee. Is it, 0.3%? I can't tell you, but the concept of having a maintenance fee is not unusual. That's standard. So I think what you're talking about is, is this percentage of a maintenance fee standard? I think what you're hearing from staff is looking at the overall interest rate, which you would do. This seems like a reasonable interest rate. I think everybody would agree, and Chick, I think maybe you can speak on that a little bit more. The interest rate at this time in our economy is a very favorable interest rate. So,
right.
Yes, I would concur with that. Based on my experience recently in the bond market, an overall interest rate such as this, which includes the base rate and the fee to iBank, is comparable to what you would get if you went out in the bond market for a 30-year bond issue. If anything, it's probably a tad bit on the low side.
I would agree.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to clarify, so we increased the sewer rate, and I understand the payments for the loan are coming out of that we're collecting from the public. So the sewer rate increase we just passed was for 5 years, but that doesn't go away at the end of 5 years, right? We're still collecting. I know the rate goes up every year, 4 or 5 years, but at the end of the 5 years, it doesn't go back to where it was, right? We still have this money that will continue paying this loan for the next 25 years.
That is correct. Okay. And in the next 5-year period, we will revisit the rate study and perform it, since it's an every 5-year element.
Okay. And then I'm trying to find my question. So looking at the budget that we're looking at later, that there's, again, I'm just trying to see if we can reduce the loan amount. Oh, actually, that was one question. So are we borrowing the 21 million all at once at the beginning, or, yeah?
That is correct.
Okay, and some of the projects wouldn't be starting construction for a while because we're still doing design. So we'll have this pot of money sitting in a bank somewhere as we're waiting to fund them as they get started?
My understanding is that the money sits with iBank, but of course, since we would draw interest on that money as well.
Oh, we would draw interest that offsets the interest that we're paying.
Chick, I just want to confirm with you, is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct. Once you borrow the funds, they are your funds, and no matter who holds them, all investment earnings are essentially your earnings. And we're in an unusual market at the moment because you're actually, in most cases, able to invest your bond proceeds, even though it's the 30-year rate on your bonds. We're seeing that investment rates, which are on the short term of the yield curve, are equal to or greater than your long-term rate. So I would say it's unlikely that you're going to lose money on the investment, and it's probable, if rates continue, that you could make money on the investments.
That's an interesting arrangement.
Quite interesting.
It's very unusual. We haven't seen a market like this in decades.
Okay. And then just to ask about the loan amount, just seeing in the budget that we're projecting additional funds at the end of what we're paying this year of, let's see, we're spending about 10.5 million and have about 7.5 million left over, is what I read. And the sewer charge fund has a projected balance of 4.5 million. So I'm just wondering if we have to take out all this money, right? Because we'll be stuck paying for it for 30 years. So if out of the 21 million, maybe there's 3 million that we actually have in our hands now that we don't have to borrow, that could save a fair bit of interest.
One clarification on the budget item I just want to make. So you're probably referring to attachment 3 of the budget report where we projected fund balances for the enterprise funds, including sewer fund. I just want to highlight and clarify these are not cash balances. These balances in enterprise fund include capital assets. So your actual cash balance is significantly lower. So if I remember it correctly, at the end of the last audited year, the sewer fund balance, cash balance was about 4.7 million between two funds, operating and capital sewer funds. So given the magnitude of this project and the number of projects, you simply have no choice. You need to borrow money to execute them.
I understand. Okay, I think that's all I had. I appreciate it.
Shall we go to public comment then? I have a card from Ramey Town.
Hello, Ramey Tan again, Pacific Manor, Edgemar. Had a concern when I saw the slides and the two projects. The first one makes sense. It's the part of the wastewater treatment center that does the whole city. But the second one, which is specifically the Lindemar one, serves just a small portion of the city. So I'm concerned why are the rates that got raised for all the city sewer charges is only going to fix a certain part of the system that benefits a small percentage of the homes in Pacifica. It seems like something like that should be a special assessment on those houses. And, looking at that Lindemar area, I believe, it's well known that there were a lot of issues due to, poor quality of materials from the original developer of that project. And, I hope, the city council and staff in the future when approving, new development projects that the infrastructure for those projects are robust enough so we don't have this issue coming up in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other cards. Emily, is there anyone on the phone line?
No.
Closing public comment, bringing it back to council. Questions, deliberations, motions?
I can see why we're borrowing it all at once because the interest rates are volatile, and if we're getting a 4.36 now, the interest rate could go to 5-6%, and so it makes sense to borrow it all now, to me, but just to comment.
I did have a question for Nelson about the useful life of the EV ultraviolet machine that Councilmember Bowles was bringing up about. It's a 25-year life, but a 30-year loan. I know from the wastewater treatment, pump station conversations that we had that day, that there are often and usually cases where equipment far outlasts its useful life. So the useful life for purposes of, for example, depreciation or things like that, but yet we maintain the equipment and we're continuing to use it. Can you make any comment about your expectation around that particular piece of equipment?
Yes, so the UV system is characterized not only by the electrical equipment that supports it to generate the energy to impart the UV light to perform disinfection, but it's the actual lamps themselves. And this is all quite electronic and requires PLC cards and things of this nature. So that's really the types of equipment that may over time not be supported. So the way we've structured the bid documents is we required 25 years for availability for the vendor to support those replacement parts. Now the challenge is, and we've all run into this, elements that are technology-based or PLC-based, they're just being innovated out of, basically innovation is replacing the next generation, and that's just the nature of the industry right now with regard to wastewater treatment. And it's not just with UV, it's with other types of treatment facilities as well. But what our staff has done and continues to do, even with the existing system, is we are strategically buying in advance spare lamps, spare PLC cards, and other spare appurtenances. And Maria and her team have been doing that for several years. Now, that's a good practice, and that'll get us over the hump, but we still have to just accept the fact that this is the environment that we find ourselves in. And it's really the best we can do, as opposed to, for example, yourself and the mayor saw the pumps that were out there. Pumps are a different animal in that they're mechanical in nature. And pumps, even if they're not properly maintained, can last 20, 30, 40 years. They're what they are. They're more of a mechanical element than an electrical technology element. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. And I appreciate the reminder about the putting the spare parts and purchasing those in advance. I remember you talked about that before, but I had forgotten. Thank you.
Sure.
Moving forward, I just thinking about these ongoing big projects, it just bothers me that we're paying double the money that we're actually borrowing, or the money that we actually need over time. And is there a way that, as we're starting to look at the next sewer and other capital improvement, just to make sure that we're charging enough for the replacement costs in the future so that we can start some savings? Maybe we have a lot of this new development coming in, and maybe we're charging them enough, not just to connect, but just to help pay for the replacement costs in the future too. And maybe that can help us pay off this loan early. We just have so many needs for this money, and I hate for the banks to get it.
Right. No, that's true. It's a good thought.
If there's no further questions or comments, do we have a motion?
I move that we waive, and tell me if I'm doing this right, Michelle, please. That we waive the second reading and adopt by title only the ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica approving, am I reading the right one?
Yes,
Uh-oh. Am I?
yes, the recommended action, yes. Move
Yeah.
to adopt, yes.
Um,
And you don't have to read the whole thing.
Okay.
You could just say, move to
think
adopt
she's
the
reading the
resolution
wrong one.
as.
no, I think
Yeah,
I
that's
am reading the wrong one.
not
reading
the
the wrong
one
one.
I
that,
need 8,
Mary, you got it?
the new
Item
8.
I move, want me to go ahead?
Go.
Okay, I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council to approve the receipt of funds from iBank in the maximum principal amount of $21 million to finance wastewater system improvements projects secured by a pledge of a lien on net revenues of the wastewater system, and authorizing the engagement of Jones Hall, a professional law corporation, to serve as board counsel, etc.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And agenda item number 8, moved by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos, passes unanimously.
Okay, that brings us to item
Thank you.
formerly known as 12. So we did swap out 12 and 11 for those watching. City Attorney, does this make this 11 or 10B?
I'm sorry, we're doing the bid?
Bid.
It's gonna be 10B.
Okay, so we are now on to 10B, item formerly known as 12, which is the resolution of intention to amend the Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District, or BID. I'm going to leave it there for now and give it to Yulia for the staff report.
Good evening. So I believe the city clerk will be pulling up the presentation shortly, but the item before you is consideration of the resolution of intent to amend Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District, BID, by amending the municipal code to remove provision for the allocating funds within 30 days and transition the managing agency role to the city. And just want to start by providing a little bit of a background on the HBID. It was established under California Street and Highway Code when the City Council adopted the ordinance creating the Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District and levying annual assessment in the amount of $1 per room per night of occupancy on all hotels within the city. The Pacifica HBID was established in 2004 under the authority of the Parking and Business Improvement Law of 1989, which does not require identifying the managing agency. However, the Council appointed the Chamber of Commerce as a BID managing agency as part of this resolution. The BID funds are managed by the Chamber of Commerce, which represents the interests of each BID member. The city collects BID assessments. It's about $75,000 a year. Well, given that during the COVID years, it was a little bit less than that, about 50. And we collect these funds on the same schedule with the TOT taxes and remit them to Chamber of Commerce monthly as a pass-through without charging any administrative fee. The City Council follows the same annual process, as you're very well aware, to renew the BID assessments every year. And last year, Council provided us a slightly different direction in 2022. During the last year's renewal of the BID assessment, several issues related to the BID program management were identified, as you may remember, and prompted some discussion by the Council in May-June of 2022. On June 27, 2022, City Council adopted a resolution continuing to levy the assessment for the current fiscal year, 22-23, but also directed staff to hold quarterly meetings with the BID members to ensure compliance with the BID regulations, review performance measures, and BID budget, unify marketing efforts, and report back to Council at mid-year with recommendations. Following this direction, staff held a Q1 meeting on September 30, 2022, where the City Manager, City Council liaisons communicated the Council direction for quarterly meetings to the BID members, and staff also discussed city-sponsored marketing programs designed to directly benefit hospitality industry and hotels specifically. Let me see if I can progress the presentation. In January of this year, 2 BID members expressed some concerns over effectiveness and value of the BID. In response to this concerns, staff placed the BID governance structure item on the next BID quarterly meeting agenda, which was, well, the meeting was held on February 3rd, 2023, and for discussion, staff offered 3 governance structure options for BID discussion, and also made clear that any other desired options would be evaluated and reported back to Council. So these are the 3 options that the BID members discussed. Option 1 was dissolution of the BID. Option 2 was to continue the assessment but change the BID governance structure. And option 3 was the status quo, to continue with the current assessment and governance structure of the BID with no changes. After the open discussion, the majority of BID hotel representatives voted for option 2 and expressed the desire to, for the City of Pacifica to assume the role of the managing agency of the BID, continue the assessment at the current rate, and for the city to safeguard the assessed funds until the BID decided how they would like to proceed. So that brings us to the Council action tonight. So the action before you tonight attempts to address the first recommendation of the BID members for the city of Pacifica to assume the role of the managing agency. So we recommend that the City Council consider approving the resolution of intent to amend the Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District BID by amending Section 3-17.03 of Chapter 17 of Pacifica Municipal Code to remove provision of allocating funds within 30 days and replace the Pacifica Chamber of Commerce as a managing agency of the BID. So if you choose to approve this resolution, then the public meeting will be set on June 12, 2023 to amend the BID. At that meeting, the testimony of all interested parties for or against the amendment of the BID will be heard. Then the public hearing to amend the BID will be set for July 10th, 2023 to allow testimony for or against and consider any oral or written protests. And if written protests are received but not withdrawn from the business owners in the BID, totaling less than 50%, then the council may amend subsections A and C of Pacifica Municipal Code, Section 3-17.03, and adopt the ordinance amending the BID structure, which will happen on July 24, 2023. And I also want to highlight that continuation of the BID assessment is not on tonight's agenda for your consideration. So following the adoption of the resolution amending the BID, we will follow the normal process of levying assessment and will bring forward another resolution of intent to levy assessment at the current rate together with the annual BID report prepared by the Chamber of Commerce. So we plan to do it on May 22nd, 2023. So that concludes my presentation, and we probably should leave the slide in front of you so you see what the action is tonight.
Okay. Questions from council? And thank you for the report.
Just a quick one. And in option 2, where the city takes over the management of the program, who on staff or what department would be managing that, and do we have capacity?
Well, that would fall under the city manager's office.
City manager's.
And I might add to that, part of the process here, and I believe it's covered in the report, is that, well, let me back up and provide a little bit of, if I may, for a second, some bigger context. In a way, the city city staff is just the messenger here. The council, through state law and other actions, established the $1 bid assessment, and that gets passed through the city to the bid, the representatives of the hotels. That is money to promote visitation to hotels. The Chamber of Commerce has been managing that on behalf of the bid, and through these series of meetings that Ms. Carter covered, the bid members said, we want to retool how things are managed. And we want the city to hold on to the money for now, continue the assessment, but hold on to the money while the bid members themselves decide how they want and who they want to manage the money moving forward. So council's not making a decision about that tonight, but that technically the city will become the managing agency, and then that could change in the future if there was another nonprofit or whatever that was identified to continue that in the future. So I wanted to clarify that, and then I apologize because I went off script here, and your question was?
Just who in the city would manage it? And she was
Yes, correct. So one of the future options would be, and other cities do this, if the city were to manage it, then the bid monies would flow into the economic development program and new resources in the economic development program that would be focused on promotion of tourism benefiting the hotels would be allocated that money for programs specific for that outcome.
So for example, things like the staycation that you all have been working on were not part of the bid money before, but they might be in the future, right? So that would be,
That's correct. Currently, all of the economic development, staycation, Shop Pacifica, all of that was separate from the bid because the city doesn't receive any money from the bid. But in the future, that money could then go to those types of marketing programs.
If decided by the BID members, of course.
Okay, shall we hear from members of the public? I have no cards. Anyone wish to speak? Emily, do we have anyone on the phone line? Closing public comment, bringing it back to council for any other questions and deliberation. Or a motion if you all so choose. No one stood up, and no one was on the line with a raised hand.
I'll make a motion. Unless
And you don't have to read the whole title. You can say, adopt the resolution.
Adopt the resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica declaring,"
As reflected in the staff report.
as reflected in the staff report.
Do we have a second?
second.
Any further discussion? Motion and a second, please vote.
And for agenda item number 12, the motion was made by Councilmember Beckmeyer, seconded by Councilmember Bowles, and the vote passes unanimously.
This brings us to item number 11, proposed fiscal year 2023-24 base budget, budget strategies, and the introduction of the fiscal year 2023-28 capital improvement plan. Proposed action: accept the report and provide feedback and direction on the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 base budget, budget strategies, and the introduction of the fiscal year 2023-28 capital improvement plan. Staff report, please.
Well, good evening again. So we have the whole budget team here before you. So today we are presenting budget study session number 2, and we will talk about base budget, budget strategies, and introduction of the CIP. So our agenda is to first talk about the fiscal year 23-24 base budget, and we'll touch base on the general fund base budget revenues and expenditure assumptions. We'll talk about projected general fund balance structure. We'll touch base on other funds as well at the base budget level. Then Public Works Department will walk us through the capital improvement program. And at the end of the presentation, we'll talk about preliminary budget strategies for the upcoming year as well. So first, let's look at the budget timeline. So you've seen this calendar before. Again, as I mentioned, we are starting our budget study session number 2 today. So that's public meeting number 4 in this process. And you can see the check mark here. So assuming that we'll go through this tonight. Then the next steps would be Planning Commission's review of the proposed fiscal year 23-28 CIP plan for the 5-year plan for conformity with the general plan. And on June 12th, we will bring it back to you for study session number 3. And at that time, you will review the entire proposed budget for the upcoming year, including all budget recommendations and the master fee schedules. And finally, the budget is scheduled for adoption at the public hearing on June 26th. So we talked a little bit about changes in the budget we've done last year. So base budget or modified base budget approach was implemented last year. So I just want to reiterate a little bit what base budget is before you. So again, development base budget is the key process in our budget process. And here on the slide, I'm just highlighting that general fund, so the fiscal year 23-24 general fund base budget is built on the fiscal year 22-23 revised budget. So we've talked about it when we presented mid-year budget review for you. But again, we take all one-time expenses out approved by council for the last year's budget or throughout the year, and we add all the fiscal year 23-24 base budget assumptions. So the budget before you today is not a proposed or recommended budget. It does not include any increases or reductions to the current service level, but it does include the CIP program allocations, because this year we're pretty much presenting non-discretionary items as a CIP, and it just makes sense for us to build those transfers in, assuming that you will agree with staff recommendation. But again, this is all subject to future additions or modifications. So if we hear your feedback on the CIP, we'll definitely incorporate it before we bring it back to you. So in other words, so base budget is today's services at tomorrow's cost, just to summarize it.
Yeah.
And now we can just quickly touch base on the revenues and expenditure assumptions. You may remember at the last meeting when we presented long-term financial outlook, we pretty much built in all the revenue assumptions for you. So we discussed it at the last meeting, so I don't want to take too much time kind of reiterating this. We didn't make a lot of changes here. You can see that the taxes from all tax sources are going up by about 1.3 million. So this is mostly because of the Measure Y funds that we are projecting to receive. The intergovernmental category is going down by 4.6 million. So this is our ARPA funds that we are not projecting to receive in the upcoming year. And the charges of services are going up by about a little shy of 800,000. This is again based on the activity level that we are projecting specifically in planning and PBNR. And transfers in just inflationary adjustments to service charges from other funds. Now, the same format for the expenditure assumptions. Again, base budget assumptions for general fund expenditures are about 47.1 million. You can see, again, the very marginal increase in salaries and benefits. Again, it represents just, purse rates and benefits. So again, we'll touch base on this a little bit more. And, actually, let me skip to the next slide. So this is kind of detailed breakdown on the expenditure assumptions. Again, personnel cost is projected at 30.8 million, so this is just 0.2% increase over the revised budget. What's included in these projections? 185.25 FTE positions funded at 100%. Again, it's the same count as we have now. Funding for part-time positions also consistent with the prior year's allocation. All employee pension contribution rates and unfunded actual accrued liability payments included as well. Vacant positions are budgeted at top step with employee +1 assumption for benefits. And we also included step increases for eligible employees on the anniversary dates. The additional contribution to PARS OPEB trust is included at 200,000. That's the payment towards the actuarial determined contribution, also known as ADC, and consistent with the council's funding strategy last year. Again, we're just carrying it over for the base budget. This is in addition to pay-as-you-go for benefits that's also included in the budget. Additional contribution to PARS pension trust, also listed as 167, again, consistent from the last year's pension funding strategy that you approved a year ago. And we did not make any assumptions for the MAU provisions because of the ongoing labor negotiations. Contract services, show about 13% of 1.5 million reduction over the revised budget. And again, here we removed previously approved one-time expenditures that were allocated in the previous budget. One of these, bigger kind of one-off items was a large legal settlement last year. We also made some accounting changes in the general liability program. Specifically, we moved risk management expenses from general fund to general liability fund, and you will see corresponding increase and transfer out to account for this. So it's just a difference in accounting. And we applied 2% inflationary increases to everything that was left in the base. Similar materials and supply also show slight reduction here. Again, same principle apply. We removed all one-time items like election cost and applied 1% inflationary increase to items that should remain as a continuing service. And for the transfers, you can see 0.8 million increase over the revised. And again, this is mostly because the accounting change in the general liability fund, but this category also includes debt service payments, and again, this is all based on the already known debt service schedule that we have in place. And one item to highlight here, that no general fund transfer is included towards CIP program. So all non-discretionary CIP projects that you will review in just a little bit are funded by other funding sources, not general fund. So again, once we combine all the assumptions that we just discussed, you can see that we are projecting structural surplus of slightly higher than 1.2 million. Again, this is consistent with what we presented to you at the last meeting. Just numbers changed slightly as we told you that they would once we refined the budget, but it's still consistent surplus of 1.25 million. And very quickly about other funds, again, we applied the same principle for the base budget assumptions. All our funds are structured in 4 major categories that are listed on the slide. So the enterprise funds consist of sewer, wastewater, and beach parking funds. Enterprise funds are used for services that are financed and operated as a private business enterprise. So the different accounting rules apply here. The base budget expenditures for this category is 29 million. That's about 28% of the overall city budget. And again, just few assumptions here. So the sewer rate includes 3.5% increase. Operating expenditures includes the same inflationary base budget assumptions. Again, that applies to all the funds. And salaries and benefits costs of approximately 5.5 million based on 29.5 FTE allocated to sewer fund. Again, keep in mind it could be a portion of a position allocated to the fund based on what employees are working on. Special revenues and capital funds accounting for specific revenue sources or financial resources that, expenditures are restricted by law or administrative action for specific purposes. Again, this category is about 16% of the city's budget, 15.8 million. Internal service funds serve the needs of the city and used to account for citywide service on cost reimbursement basis. Again, examples here would be risk management funds or motor pool expenditures and things like that. And that's a relatively small portion of the fund, about 5% of the budget. And that service fund obviously accounts for long-term debt obligations. And again, we built in all the currently known debt service obligations in the upcoming budget as part of the base budget. So that is the portion of the base budget. Do you have any questions about the base budget before we jump to the CIP?
I do have one question.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's 11:25. I wanted to make a motion that we extend to midnight.
Okay. I mean, I second.
Motion and a second, please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
So, thank you for the report. I tried to follow everything you said, and I think I got most of it. One question I have, though, is going back to the unfunded actual allocated liability for the pension.
Okay.
Is that the same thing? Let me find it. Oh, no, I can't find what I was going to ask you. Well, I'll leave that aside until I find that part. Let me ask you my second question first. Can you go over the vehicle license fee part again? Because I wasn't completely following. I know the state has been paying in arrears, like 2 years out or something, but it sounds as though we're not counting on getting those funds this year because it wasn't in the governor's budget?
That is correct as of we know now. So, and city manager can jump in a little bit, but I just want to start here. So we did receive the large backfill payment in the current fiscal year. That's why you see this big difference in this fund. But we also heard from the state that, well, it's not the remaining allocation for fiscal year 21-22 is not included in the state's budget. So that's about 700,000 and a change for the city. Yeah, 700,000, 691. So we took this money out because we can't count on this right now. Again, it may change, so the governor may revise the budget, but as of right now, we just have to build the base budget based on what we know as of today.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that other question when I figure it out.
Are we going to, I'm just looking at the agenda, so the budget strategies and aligning with the council goals is later. Are we going to talk about that later?
It's a last section of the staff report, yeah.
So we'll talk about that
presentation,
later,
yeah.
where you're just asking
Yeah,
questions.
right now we're just discussing the base budget.
Perfect.
Any other questions? Let's continue on.
Okay, so let me turn it to Public Works Director Peterson to walk us through the CIP.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. And with me here tonight, I also have our Deputy Directors of Public Works. Next to me is Roland Yip, who is also the City Engineer and is overseeing the CIP for our field services and also Milagro Engineering. We also have Maria Aguilar, who's out in the audience, and of course, she's overseeing our wastewater division. And with her is Nelson Slater. He is our wastewater engineering manager. So tonight, we're talking about our capital improvement program. And of course, we have quite a number of projects. So in the interest of time, what we're going to be doing is focusing on those projects where we have non-discretionary projects that are requesting new funding or funding allocations for fiscal year 23-24. And just to define non-discretionary, so non-discretionary means that there is a legal mandate in order to do those projects, or perhaps those projects are grant funded, so that means we need to move those forward or we're going to lose that grant funding. Additionally, these can be projects that have an immediate health or safety need, and so of course we want to move those projects forward as well. You've got two attachments to your council report that are related to the CIP. One is attachment number 4, and as Assistant City Manager Carter mentioned, all of these projects where we're requesting fiscal year 23-24 funding are coming from other funds. Not from the general fund, but maybe from the disaster accounting fund, from the Frontierland fund, from Roy Davies Fund. So it shows on that attachment exactly what fund that we're recommending the fiscal year 23-24 funding come from. The other attachment that is part of your report is attachment 5. This is other CIPs, so other capital improvement projects that are not listed in your report. So some of these are things like ongoing capital improvement projects where we're not asking for new funding for fiscal year 23-24. Or we also have projects in there that staff, due to staff capacity issues, have not been able to get to. We have the list of FEMA projects that are moving forward, and of course, if those do get funded by FEMA after they do their review, those may need to get upped in priority. And finally, we have a very small list of discretionary projects. There's 3 discretionary projects that are also listed in that attachment. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Roland to talk about the capital projects where we're requesting new funding, fiscal year 23-24, non-discretionary projects that are related to field services and the Milagro engineering.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I present to you the new non-discretionary projects proposed for the fiscal year 23-24. The first project on the list, the Sharp Park Priority Development Area Access Pedestrian Improvement Project, with a proposed funding of $2.3 million that comes from 3 grant funding sources, the One Bay Area Grant 2, the Transportation Funding Clean Air, and the Measure M grant. The project will construct ADA improvements on Paloma, Carmel, and Santa Maria, and a bike boulevard on Paloma. The next project, fiscal year 23-24 pavement resurfacing project with a proposed budget of $2.2 million. This was approved at the March 27th City Council meeting with funding sources coming from SB1, Measure W, and Measure A. The project will rehabilitate the pavement along roads designated in our 5-year paving plan, and it will also include grinding for base repairs as well as installation of thermoplastic traffic striping, markings, and pavement markers. The next project, the 23-24 concrete and ADA improvement project with a proposed budget of $310,000. This was also approved at the March 27th City Council meeting with the funding coming from Measure W. The project will install ADA curb ramps in the vicinity of the yearly resurfacing project and associated sidewalk sections. This is standard to, as a requirement to install ADA curb ramps whenever you do a resurfacing project. And the next project, the Fire Station 72 painting project with a proposed budget of $50,000 coming from the fund balance of Fund 22 capital improvements. And this project will paint and prime the exterior of Fire Station 72 and include any replacement or repairs of the damaged siding and facade. Next project, the Fire Station 71 roof repair project with a proposed budget of $200,000 from the Disaster Accounting Fund. This project will re-roof the station that will be needed to stop leaks in the building and prolong the building life. The old wastewater treatment plant garage roof repair project with a proposed budget of, a slight correction here, with $95,000. This is shown on attachment 4 as Director Peterson mentioned. And this project is funded by the Disaster Accounting Fund also. And the garage is used to store equipment and roof needs to repair to prevent failure. The Anza Agrello interim storm drain upgrade project with a proposed budget of $350,000 also from the Disaster Accounting Fund. This provides interim upgrades to the storm drain system around the Anza Agrello area to lessen the possibility of flooding in the area while the city pursues grant funding for a recommended project at the Lower Lindemar project. And the final project, Frontierland Park Grading and Pathway Project, with a proposed budget of $280,000 from Fund 23, the Frontier Land Remediation Fund. And this is a grading and paving pathway at the parking area to allow for ADA access. So I will pass this over to Maria Aguilar for the wastewater projects.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we're presenting two new projects for the wastewater projects. Both projects will be funded through Fund 34. The first one will be the Lindamar Stormwater Pump Station Rehabilitation Project. This will be a multi-year project, but for this fiscal year, or for fiscal year 23-24, we are asking for $350,000 to assess and repair or rehabilitate the equipment that we have. So as you guys know, we have 3 electrical pumps and 1 engine-driven pump for the stormwater. We will be, when, in the summer, we will be emptying our storm well and look at those pumps and reassess whether it needs to be rehabilitated or replaced. The second one will be the pump station SCADA and PLC upgrades. Again, this is a multi-year project. For this fiscal year, or fiscal year 23-24, we're asking for $100,000. This is to upgrade the supervisory control and data acquisition program SCADA system and a PLC system. And the upgrades needed will be to improve also the communication between the plant and pump stations. The $100,000 for this coming fiscal year is actually to improve the communication between the pump station and the plant. And then later on, we will be assessing what else needs to be done.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Roland. So additionally, in the report, we have ongoing non-discretionary projects that are requesting funding for fiscal 23-24. Again, in the interest of time, because we have quite a few of them in there, I want to focus on a couple of core projects that are noted in there. One of these, actually that is not noted in the report, and I'm going to explain why in a second, is the Community Center Roof Project, which you see up on the screen. This project, as council may remember, is a project that we were putting forward due to the age of the roof and also because of the upcoming solar installation project with Peninsula Clean Energy. So that project needs to replace the roof in order for us to have that roof repaired and also to install that the solar installation. We did have the project go out to bid last Thursday. Of course, this report was already published by Thursday. We received 7 bids, and the low bid was about $110,000 over the engineer's estimate. So in addition, with contingency and construction management, we would need $225,000 in order to move that project forward. We would be coming back to council to ask council to approve the agreement for that construction work, but this work does need to move forward in order for us to have that solar installation. So I did want to, that's why that's highlighted, because it's not in the report. Also, I wanted to talk about the Civic Center Facility Rehabilitation Project. As council knows, council has been getting updates on this project from staff, and these updates have mentioned the issues about the substantial project change orders that have been going on due to the pre-existing building damage, such as rot, and also other types of weather damage and termites. This was not discovered until the construction was started on the project and was discovered after we removed the exteriors of the building on the PNP and City Hall building as well. And council may remember in the February update that we provided, we estimated that the costs for the change orders, including delay costs for the contractor and also services for the architect, because the project has been moved out because of these this damage that we found from being finished in June until to now we're looking at it being finished in the late fall. So consequently, we're anticipating that those costs because of that damage is going to be around $600,000. So we are recommending that the council make the project whole for these issues that were not known at the start of the project and allow for $600,000 to come from the disaster accounting fund for that project. We also have 2 key wastewater projects that Nelson had already discussed with you when we were talking about the iBank agreement. I did want to just mention them briefly. One is the ultraviolet disinfection system upgrade. So we're looking for $3 million from that iBank agreement money in order to have this project move forward. As Nelson mentioned before, this is replacing the aging ultraviolet disinfection system over at the plant. It's going to include the design, the UV equipment purchase, construction, which is also going to include a temporary UV system. Again, also the second project, which is the Lower Lindemar I&I Infiltration Inflow Rehabilitation and Repair Project. We're looking at $3.5 million for fiscal year 23-24. Again, that project is going to be replacing about 16,000 linear feet of sewer main. And of course, this is going to be upsizing a lot of that, also making sure that the pipes are watertight so that we are not getting in that I&I into the pipes. As we all know, that I&I is what is filling up our pipes during the storm season and causing SSOs, which is sanitary system overflow. So that's why this is an important project. And I also did want to remind council about our mid-year budget discussions. And at mid-year budget, the city manager did recommend that $650,000 from the fiscal year 22-23 Measure Y be allocated to arterial collector street resurfacing in areas that were not included in the city's 2025 year street maintenance program. The council at that time requested the discussion on that allocation be delayed until we have a conversation on the budget CIP, which we're having tonight. So these are funds that are out there that can be allocated to streets or other CIP projects as identified by the council. As I mentioned in attachment 5, there are 3 discretionary projects. One is the streets project that's mentioned here. The other project is the design of the Lower Lindemar storm drain improvement project that's identified in the 2022 storm drain master plan. And so this is something council can talk about now, and we can take questions on the CIP, or we could wait till the end.
What's the third discretionary project?
The third is the project up at Grace McCarthy Overlook, and that was for $25,000 to try to help with some of the infrastructure problems that are at that location.
Thank you.
If you have any questions about CIP, so we can take them now or just move on to the proposed budget strategies.
I certainly want to circle back for the discussion, but I don't think right now it includes a question.
I just have a general question about the disaster accounting fund. Like, so we had a lot of rain in the winter and that delayed the Civic Center project, and I can see that being a disaster, but other things like re-roofing, I don't really know. Like, is the fund specific for disasters versus maintenance? And are there restrictions on how we use it financially? Maybe not.
Thank you, and Assistant City Manager Carter can jump in here too. I think unfortunately for some of our infrastructure in Pacifica, it is left to the point where it's almost beyond maintenance. So it's become basically, if we don't take care of it or we don't do something about it, it is going to be a health and safety issue. And so I think that's where we're coming from when we're allocating the disaster accounting fund to some of those projects. Obviously, if we got on maintenance, earlier, which of course would be more desirable, and as the city addresses that in the future, that would certainly be the goal. But a lot of these projects really do need to be addressed, immediately because of those issues.
And I'll add to that. I think the history of Fund 38, the Disaster Accounting Fund, does relate to prudent saving of money for disasters when back in 2016 there were significant seawall breaches, et cetera. And it's prudent for any city to be prepared with funds dedicated to that or reserves that can be applied to those kinds of disasters. So over the years, we've had to use the disaster accounting fund for those projects, and over the years, the council has also made other policies decisions to apply some of those excess ERAF, Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund monies that we receive from year to year, but not guaranteed. When we do receive them, they're intended to fund certain things, and then the balance goes into the disaster accounting fund. So it's become a fund that can be used for very important priority projects, including if there were sudden disasters. And I think what Director Peterson was saying, Pacifica is at a point where, with its infrastructure, where we're beyond maintenance and it's essentially disaster. And so that's the rationale behind why I believe it was $1 million was part of the funding strategy for the Civic Center rehabilitation project, $1 million out of the disaster accounting fund, and why I'm recommending that it's appropriate to also take the $600,000 this year out of that fund. So there's no legal restrictions on how it's used, but policy-wise, it's intended for those kind of extreme maintenance / disaster or actual natural disaster fundings. If there are no more questions on CIP at this point, then I'll jump into the 6 budget strategies. As the council is familiar with, at this point in budget, I'll often bring forward some initial, call them preliminary budget strategies without them being completely fleshed out in detail in order to get the initial policy direction from the council. And what drives these strategies are creative thinking about how to move forward the council's goals and strategies. And so what you have before you are 6 strategies that are organized according to the just adopted council strategic plan goals and strategies, and how there are ways we think that we can fulfill them. And so the intent is to summarize the rationale behind them here and then get council direction, concurrence, or revisions to or changes to the strategies that are recommended. So strategy number 1 related to council goal number 1 about enhancing organizational and fiscal stability, and strategy number 1 is to utilize varying funding strategies to augment professional staffing in a way that minimizes general fund impacts, because our general fund dollars are so limited. And so that includes strategies related to funding interns or fellows. And we're moving forward with some of those, but we want to prepare for next year to also be able to do, in next year's budget, to have the funding to do that. Number 2 is that in looking at the capital improvement program that you just heard about and all of these projects that are funded out of different designated funds, it's possible to charge a capital project manager position to those funds in the implementation, therefore reducing the amount that needs to come out of the general fund in order to have that additional staff capacity. We have an incredibly aggressive, robust CIP program. You only saw the tip of the iceberg of what it actually consists of. I think I've summarized before how other cities may have project managers, engineers that work on 3 to 5 projects. Ours tend to carry 8 to 10 projects per year, so it's very difficult. So we do need and want more resources there, but how to afford that, and varying funding sources those funds can be charged, those projects can be charged to cover that overhead. So that's number 2. Number 3 relates to planning, and that is it's a difficult balance in planning to fund contract positions. So development applicants for development projects pay the cost, the planning staff cost that works on those projects. So we have to anticipate what that development application load is going to be, and then if it's going to be a heavy load, which we anticipate, there may be more development revenues that come in or that are charged to those projects, so we can hire an additional contract planner at a high level that works on those. I didn't say that super articulately, but I think you get the gist of it. And the last, but a very important one, is bringing forward a short-term rental permit fee, similar to how we have a cannabis program permit fee. The short-term rental program, not dissimilar to the cannabis program, is a very expensive and time-consuming program to administer, requires significant staff resources from code enforcement, planning, police, finance, and the city manager's office, as the council is aware, and implementing an appropriate fee to cover those costs could generate revenue to augment staff resources related to the administration of that program. So that's another specific strategy under strategy, a specific tactic under strategy 1 that I would recommend. Strategy number 2 really gets to the VLF in lieu fee that Councilmember Beckmeyer mentioned earlier, and that is we need to prepare for fiscal uncertainties related to state takeaways of city money. And the VLF in lieu issue is exactly that, where the state is threatening to not backfill the money that is owed to the city, that is city money, and we're working on that, working with our legislators, et cetera, to try to solve that problem. But it's a significant dollar amount should all of that money go away. And over $1 million, I think, if not 2, estimated. We don't know the exact amount, but we need to be prepared for that. So this strategy, without being specific, is just to say, and I usually make this strategy recommendation every year, is we need to be prudent and continue to fund our economic stability reserve in the event we have those losses, and we need to cover that gap until a solution is found. So those were the 2 strategies related to council goal number 1 about fiscal stability. The next goal about improving and stewarding city infrastructure, streets, and facilities, as council edited earlier tonight. Strategy 3 is, as was just discussed, additional funding for the Civic Center project, $600,000 from the Disaster Accounting Fund. I won't repeat the rationale behind that one. Strategy number 4 really gets at the issue that council had kicked to the budget discussion, which is I'm recommending the Measure Y revenue that's being collected during this quarter of this fiscal year be allocated to additional streets paving projects that are above and beyond our 5-year program. And additionally, that the budget include $350K from the Disaster Accounting Fund toward the Anza-Arguello interim storm drain upgrade project. So this strategy recommendation is saying we think it's prudent to fund both, and this is how we are recommending funding both that important storm drain interim improvements in the Anza-Arguello neighborhood, as well as the additional streets projects. Moving on to council goal number 3, which is prioritize protection and development of affordable housing. Strategy number 5, I'm recommending is that we reconsider council's past practice of how excess ERAF is allocated. And Fund 38 has I'll call it a solid balance in there to help us fund disasters that happen or maintenance verging on disaster. And the past practice of council has been excess ERAF gets allocated to our non-governmental organizations, Pacific Resource Center and Pacific Beach Coalition, $88,000, and that the remaining balance goes to Fund 38. And from year to year, there's been some other uses of excess ERAF. But with our emerging interest and trying to anticipate fulfilling this council goal about beginning to build up money in an affordable housing fund so that when an opportunity presents itself, we have monies to apply to that, and which is an action in the housing element, that we consider taking the balance after funding the NGOs of excess ERAF and dividing it between Fund 38 and our Housing in Lieu Fund or an equivalent fund that we create to be applied towards affordable housing opportunities. And that would generate this year an estimated $1.75 million that goes to Fund 38, $1.75 million that goes into our housing in lieu. So, you know, that's a start, right? That doesn't get us far towards affordable housing projects, but it's a bigger start than our current existing $200 and something thousand balance in our housing in lieu fund. Some of these goals don't have specific, catered budget strategies that I'm recommending because they're being recommended as part of the ordinary operating and capital budget to fulfill those goals. So that's the case with climate change adaptation and mitigation. That's being built, that will be built into the budget recommendations, although funding the fellow program does relate to this one as well, but that was covered in strategy 1. And then the final strategy number 6 relates to council goal number 5 about broadening public communication and collaboration. And this is one that I'm teeing up here. It's not a huge item, but it's actually an important item. And that is that we establish a system for professional development for training, conference, and travel for council members. It's a best practice to have a policy about it, so I wanted to tee it up here so that we can build it into the budget or at least get council's direction on what to do, which would be, to equitably manage how council members are deciding to use their training, conference, and travel each year. It's common to have an allocation per each council member, and then you sort of get to decide how you want to use, and then use that money each year, on behalf of the service that you're providing to the city. And so as a starting recommendation, and bearing in mind our resource limitations, we thought about a budget of $7,000 per council member per year, and with new council members allocated an additional $3,000, because there's additional trainings that typically in their first year a new council member would go through. So that's just for the new council members' first year. So council can discuss what amount you're comfortable with. As you know, going to a 2 or 3 day conference in Southern California adds up to a couple $1,000s of expenses typically, and so that's several conferences or trainings per year per council member. And then, to develop, the final statement here is that to develop a balanced, sustainable budget, we're seeking council feedback on all of these budget strategies, and then we'll further refine those and bring them back with more detail at the next budget session.
And before we open for discussion, just again, very briefly about next steps. After tonight's meeting, we will bring the CIP plan to the Planning Commission for conformance with the general plan, and we'll return to you for the budget session number 3 on June 12th. And again, we'll take all the direction you're going to give us today and include it in the recommended budget, and you will see all defined recommendations at that time, including budget forms, similar to what we did last fiscal year as well. And finally, the council budget hearing will take place on June 26th, when hopefully the budget will be adopted.
Councilmember Beer?
Do you think we need to extend the meeting again?
I do.
By how much? An hour?
Until 12:30?
Okay, move we extend the meeting till 12:30.
I second. Please vote.
Passes unanimously.
It would be nice in the future, because this is like so intense that requires a lot of concentration to do budget stuff a little earlier in the night. It's for future budget discussions.
We also swapped some things around to wind up in this condition. So it's not the way it was scheduled.
I know. I just have, I'm still not quite understanding where labor negotiations and those additional costs go in. I mean, I know we have this budget surplus of 1.2 million, but there's other things like that 650 for the roads or whatever. You know, do things get adjusted later on if we need more money for as part of the labor negotiations? I mean, that'll be a priority, right? So other things might, where we're saying we'd like to allocate this money now, it might have to get revisited later, depending on how, and when does that happen?
Yeah, so let me try to tackle it one thing at a time. So you asked about labor negotiations, so it's not included in the base budget. Again, we are in active negotiations with all labor groups, and we did
City
not make any
Attorney,
assumptions.
did you?
Well, I just want to make sure that we really should not be referencing labor negotiations at all in this discussion.
I just want to understand how they.
No,
fit into the
I get
budget,
it. I
not-
just would rather that we not refer to.
And one point I will reference, though, is it's important, like, for example, the 650 from this year's Measure Y, that's one-time money. So that's not money that can fund ongoing costs. And that's why it's appropriate for a capital project, et cetera. So think about it that way. But, yeah, labor's not included in any of these recommendations.
And I want to add to what City Manager just said for the one-time money for Measure Y. So the 650 that we want you to allocate towards the CIP, but again, it's your choice how you want to allocate it, are projected for the current fiscal year. So remember, it's just a quarter of this current fiscal year that we are projecting to collect. So we are going to accrue these revenues, and you can allocate these funds or not. So if you don't, it will fall back to the general fund balance. So the fiscal year 23-24 is not affected by this decision at all.
Before we go too deep into our deliberation, I don't think we've called for public comment yet. So I'm going to go ahead and call for public comment. If anyone in the public wishes to speak on this item, now is the time. Emily, do we have anyone on the phone line? I don't see anyone standing up, and I have no yellow cards, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation. Jumping straight to the 650, because that was a thing I sprang on everyone last time. I still think it's an opportunity to get the ball rolling on the design for the Lower Linamar Storm Drain Master Plan, and I think it's a unique opportunity. And specifically, I think that if we have that design in our hand, it's conceivably easier to find the grant funding for the 5.5 million it would take to get the project done. That's where I'm coming from in that. And so I'll just stick that on the table.
It seems as though the city manager has proposed an additional allocation from somewhere. Disaster Accounting Fund, $350,000 from Fund 38. Am I reading that correctly on packet page 334?
Yes, I want to clarify. So the 350 is for the Anza-Arguella interim storm drain upgrade project. That is different from the Lower Lindemar $6 million, and Director Peterson can clarify, larger project that I think the mayor is recommending that 650 might be used for commencing design of that. One of the challenges with that is, and I'll turn to Director Peterson to ask, but we don't think we have the staff resource capacity to initiate that design project this year, given all the other CIP projects we're working on, as well as the interim Anza-Arguella storm drain upgrade project. Is that correct, Director Peterson?
Yeah, so we definitely have staff capacity issues. I would just like to point out that, two of the projects that we have added to our plate is the interim, Anza-Arguella interim storm drain upgrade project. So that is related to the flooding down in Anza-Arguella. Additionally, the Lindemar Stormwater Pump Station Rehabilitation Project for $350,000 as well. So both of those projects are addressing concerns in that area. And of course, those are two projects that staff is having to move forward. If council wanted to additionally add on the design, of course, that would be another project for staff.
By the way, it's not lost on me. I counted between storm drain and sewer, and I know they're different, but between the two, which presumably interacted for too long this year, I noticed there are 5 different projects on the list that address that. So I did notice that also. And I think that I'm just left in this place where I'm chomping at the bit to find that. So I'm sensitive to the fact that when we have these big projects, in the storm drain master plan, that doesn't necessarily mean that it gets funded. And in my mind, doing the design means we might actually get the funding, and that's where I'm at with it. But I see we have 5 different projects addressing that neighborhood, including an interim step to try and immediately, reduce the probability of that happening. So I see the full picture. I'm just in a place after the experience we had where I would err on the side of trying to actually get that money in our hand, and in my mind that's connected to the design. That being said, if we don't have people that can actually do the project of the design to begin with, then so.
Well, just to take that further, could some of that money be used to hire another staff person, or is the difficulty also just recruitment and being able to find someone that?
So ultimately, we'll do whatever council wants. I think council can see what our workload is, and so of course, if it's council's desire for us to move that forward, we would do the best we could to do it.
And just, so the measure, why money, but it's one-time money, so that couldn't fund a position, right?
Correct.
That can't fund a position, no.
Yeah. And that's what we're talking about here, right? Yeah. Can you explain where the money was before tonight? In the former budget, that when we took it out?
So I'm.
The 650,000.
So you're talking about the recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay.
The last recommendation.
Yes. So the city manager's recommendation at mid-year was to take some of these areas that did not see any street resurfacing in the 2020 5-year street maintenance program, which include areas like, Pedro Point, Valleymar, Rockaway, some of the areas in East Sharp Park, and to take that money and try to put that money towards some of the collector and arterial streets within those locations to try to address resurfacing on those streets so that those folks would see, something maybe from Measure Y. So I think that was the thought behind it, to try to actually have those neighborhoods see a little bit. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to get to the residential streets. A lot of those are in pretty bad shape, but we feel that we could address some of the collector and arterial streets in those areas.
I appreciate that, and I think that's really important. And I was so tired the last meeting we talked about this, I couldn't even get any words out. But this time I can. And even just the thought of having something to address those areas in our city is super important. And obviously I live in one of those areas, so that is my district. Rockaway is my district, Ballymar is my home, and that's all I ever hear about. That's all I ever hear about. When are you going to pave the streets? When are you going to pave the streets? I'm sure we all hear that. But if there's even just a little movement in these areas, then that's something. That's something that people will see, right? And be like, okay, well, the city's doing this. So if I had my way tonight, I would put it right back to where it was before.
I'm fine with that too. I'm just worried about whether we need other money for labor, because Measure Y is also for that too, right? But we can't talk about that, so. I don't really know how it works.
I think this is all overwhelming for midnight.
It is.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
So is the council right now deliberating about that budget strategy that I'm recommending, and you're going to just take off, bite off each budget strategy, deliberate about that, or are there other?
Well, currently, we're specifically talking about that one.
Yeah. And again, just to reiterate, that 650 that is being raised as we speak in this quarter of this fiscal year is essentially one-time money because it wasn't anticipated in this year's budget. The Measure Y revenues of 2.7 or so. 2.8 estimated for next fiscal year are ongoing revenues built into the budget revenues that we're presenting to you. So there's that difference that ongoing costs can't be, I wouldn't recommend using one-time funding, which this 650 from this quarters of Measure Y, I wouldn't recommend that attempting to fund ongoing future costs. That's why it's the prime rationale is that it goes to a capital project.
And by the way, Mary, I hear exactly what you're saying, and that's kind of why I brought up that I see these 5 projects that address Lower Linamar, because that does show movement toward that aim of helping them with their thing. And even though I've, got my bent and you've got your bent, I think that we're similar. And frankly, if it wound up going to road paving, everyone's going in the positive direction.
The thought occurred to me, if I may also chime in case it helps, there are grants, two potential funding sources that we're looking at for the design, the 650 related to the design of the Lower Lindemar storm drain project. One is that I had updated the council that Senator Berman had requested for designated funding because the state may consider one-time funding. I'm not going to hold my breath on that, but so that was one of the projects that we submitted to them. The other is that we're going to keep our eyes on federal infrastructure grant funding, as well as we've updated our legislators, Becker and Berman, about our need for these storm drainage funds. So there could be potential future grant funding or state funding that we can get for that. That's what we're striving for, and that might match up better with our staff resource capacity to kick off that project. But I just thought I'd mention that. Whereas for streets, extra streets projects that we're talking about here, there are not state or federal grant funds that can go towards those projects. That has to be local money.
Like just doing the 350,000 interim project, would that be something where it might help us get a grant to do the design phase? I truly don't know how these things work, so.
Yes, thank you for that question. That project is really just improving the stormwater infrastructure in that area to help prevent flooding of the Anzacuela. So it wouldn't go towards helping, yeah, get that.
To Mayor
additional
Pro
funding.
Tem's point, is this a conversation for just this one piece that we can push off to the June 12th, or do you need to have an answer on it tonight?
It would really help to have direction tonight on this item.
I'd like to point out that we had public comment earlier about the need to allocate funds in a way, if I understood the comment correctly, that is kind of addressing needs across the city. And I think that our streets project, as I brought up when we discussed this issue prior, is such a fund and such a need. I mean, we do see that need everywhere, as you pointed out, Director Peterson. So my vote is streets.
I'm okay with that, too.
Me too.
I had a question about strategy 5 with the extra ERAF.
Sorry, Councilmember Bowles and Mayor, before we do move on to a different strategy, I just, in terms of process, I'm hearing a majority view about this, but I want to confirm, do we want to kind of get direction on this before we move on to other strategies?
Yes.
You've got direction by consensus.
So we're talking about strategy 4 now, Councilmember Bowles?
5, I believe.
5.
Oh, sorry, 5. We just talked about 4. Sorry, see, my numbers are all mixed up tonight.
I'd just like some information about the money for the Pacifica Resource Center and the Beach Coalition. Someone told me that the Pacifica Resource Center funds, we've been giving them the same amount since they were started, and like, can we consider giving them a little more? I don't even know when they were started. Like, how long have we been giving them this amount, and you know, should we consider giving them a little bit more? And same for the Beach Coalition. I mean, as Lynn mentioned today, they really are struggling. She's looking to retire, and she does a lot volunteering that nobody's being paid for. They're looking to hire an executive director so that they can stay and continue. And again, $5,000 that we give them doesn't seem very much for all that they do for us, both in cleanup. I mean, I think of just the 4th of July, if we had to pay for cleaning up after that, you know, would cost us a lot more than that. You know, plus the education, plus all the people they bring here that support our businesses and bring taxes and so forth. So anyway, I would like to consider giving both of those organizations a little bit more if we have capacity.
I'd like to see the Resource Center budget before we give them more. Because a lot of the money that comes from the county that goes to the Resource Center that we don't see goes directly to the Resource Center.
On this topic, I may chime in and just say that I have not seen specific requests and you know, pro formas and budget information from the organizations to change what has been Pacifica's practice for a long time. It's always remained at that amount. Just as a separate related to the Resource Center, we are in partnership with them and funding the temporary safe parking program with a significant amount of city funding for that. And then the other point at a policy level for the council to consider is that, you know, these two organizations are not the only non-governmental organizations in town. So You have to think about if you're opening the door to change levels of funding. Staff hasn't ever been directed with the task of analyzing and bringing forth information about all the ones that might be interested in funding. We haven't put out any solicitations for those NGOs, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not, I don't have information to share about that topic tonight.
As the first time I ever walked into this room to talk about how I wanted to get rid of plastic bags, I was sitting with friends of mine who were helped by PRC and moved to give some of my 3 minutes to say, hey, this organization I've never heard of after 27 years of living in Pacifica should probably stay in the general fund budget. Subsequent to that, I spent 5 years on the board of directors. I remember every time a council member between then and now has asked for more money. I remember when we also funded the library as an NGO and the Chamber of Commerce as an NGO. And after the funding for those two went away and the dust settled, the funding for PRC and the Beach Coalition remained. And after all this experience and looking at our budget and being responsible for it, while I'm chomping at the bit to absolutely bring more revenue to the PRC, because I think their work is amazing and they could use all the help they could get. And I am relatively well acquainted with their budget and happy to furnish it for you anytime you'd like. I am very uncomfortable in this moment in time having that discussion about giving them more money. I do think that the way we have partnered with them in terms of the safe parking program, it essentially is the city giving them above the 83. And even if we weren't, I feel like as we're looking at the budget issues we have right now, as we're having this conversation about this extra $650,000, and Mary and I are musing about why we have a particular bias in any given direction, the reality is that I could scrap either idea and just say, oh, all of these things that are being funded out of 38, we could just as easily fund out of that 650. And looking at a complex, difficult budget issue where we're maybe just coming out of a place where we were behind and now we have the opportunity to at least break even, if not get ahead. I think that we're serving the PRC well right now to keep them exactly where they are while we make sure that we are going to be able to provide a road somewhere, or maybe allow for the possibility of that neighborhood not flooding for 2 seconds. And I think that while I really do want to have that conversation and have wanted to have that conversation for, 12 years maybe, I don't think tonight is the time.
Yeah, I really want to have the conversation too. And so I can guarantee you that we will bring it up again. I don't know if tonight is the night to bring it up, but I definitely want to have that conversation.
Yeah, and I don't know if the PRC has asked us for more money. Lynn has, and the Beach Coalition, have requested that we consider 10,000. I mean, it's double, but it's still not very much money for all that they do.
I had a comment about another funding strategy with regard to, I think I'm right, strategy 5. A different element of the NGO conversation, and to answer the city manager's question about, do we want to allocate 1.75 million to the Affordable Housing Fund, 1.75 million of the ERAF, or not? And I am in favor of doing that. I think it's consistent with our strategic goals and what we've said about everything we want to do, and it's putting the money where our statements are.
Yeah, I agree completely. Yeah, it's a good start.
Yeah,
I appreciate
yeah,
it.
it's a good start. Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm hearing consensus on that strategy.
Yes.
Yes. While I'm on a roll, I'll say regarding strategy 3, this project has been, was always going to be a little uncertain in terms of what are we going to find when we get the walls off? And I'm actually relieved that it's 600,000 and not 2 million that you're asking for. I still worry that there may be more needs coming, but it seems like we're substantially at the point now between the foundation work that we've done and the other rot that had to be addressed in the roof line and those beams and all that. I feel like it's an important investment, and I would support strategy 3.
Great.
Yeah, I'm in agreement too. Yeah, older buildings always need a higher contingency. We're just making up for that. Yeah.
Okay, hearing consensus on strategy 3, thank you.
Should we start with strategy 1?
Why not?
Give him.
No, we start with strategy 4. Keep it.
Start in the middle, work our way out in each direction.
All right, number 1.
Yes.
I like the idea of utilizing interns. I don't know that I would have phrased it developing younger employees in the way that it's phrased here. I might have said less senior or beginning career or something to that effect, because Councilmember Bear is educating me about, what did we call it?
Ageism.
Yes. So anyway, but the point being, bringing in staff that we can develop and create opportunities and build their careers, and at the same time bring some professional level work is important. I think we've already seen that happen with our management analysts to some degree. I know this is probably not as much of a position cost, but it makes me think about the program that you brought forward.
Yeah.
So I support that. And I also support, number 2, the idea of charging back to projects the project manager time rather than the general fund absorbing that. It's a concept many people don't understand and feel like, why are you making me pay for this? They're already employed by the city. But from an accounting standpoint, it's really commonly done, and I think we should do it. That's what I have to say on those 2. I'll stop talking and let someone else.
I do appreciate taking the word younger out, because not all interns are young.
Nope.
So either,
Can I ask, in the version I'm looking at, I'm just not seeing the word younger.
It's on packet page 33, under strategy 1, number 1, on the second line.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the PowerPoint, so.
We already
Thank you.
took the word out from the PowerPoint.
We took it out from the PowerPoint, so. Point noted.
I agree with those and the other 2 as well. Just having funding for contract planning and charging for the fees for short-term rental management.
yeah.
And do you anticipate that number 4, Yulia, would be folding in the code enforcement costs and such, to the best of your ability to assess what that is, into what the STR fee you would propose would be?
Well, correct. We already started some research as far as what other cities are charging for those cities that do have permit fee, which we currently do, but ours is relatively low. It's only $158 right now. So we started doing this research. So the idea is to increase that fee to beef up our code enforcement division within the city, so we can actually take on the enforcement of the STRs.
Mm-hmm. So violations and all of those fees would be much higher. I mean, like, if you...
The idea for the STR permit fee to cover that service to provide additional enforcement. of the STRs.
And what kind of figure are you thinking about?
For example, funding more code enforcement resources. So right now, our code enforcement officer spends a lot of time on STR enforcement. So that can be funded out of this permit fee, as well as other related staff costs for the enforcement.
It can potentially fund another position, another code enforcement officer.
Okay, but I mean, just a rough estimate of what the permit fee would be.
Well,
I know
about-
150 is
no,
too
no,
small.
no, I can answer that. So you previously made the decision to cap STRs at 150. So just if my math is correct, so we are looking at 1,100 permit fee, roughly.
Okay.
Sounds like we have consensus on number one.
Yep.
Is everyone good with number two?
I say yes.
Yep.
1220.
Yes, yes.
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 Okay, what?
That leaves number 6 by my count. This year in particular, I was moved to attend 3 different council city events, and I think that comes well under the 7K mark.
Really?
Cal Cities.
Cal Cities and Long
Cal
Beach,
Cities.
new mayors.
Right,
Out
there
of
was
the
New
cities,
Mayor's, there was Summit, and then there's
Progress?
Oh, yeah,
Progress.
So I don't really know what it's costing right now, but I presume that you've factored that into this figure.
Yeah,
Or
we
maybe
can
not.
probably do a little bit more specific research. We did really kind of the thumbnail sketch. I mean, I went to Sacramento for the new council member orientation, and so I have those amounts. I really feel like if you're flying to Los Angeles to attend the Cal Cities annual in Long Beach, and you're spending 3 nights in a hotel, and the conference fee is reasonable, but that's going to be a couple $1,000 business trip, right? And so if you're talking about 2 or 3 of those, and then there's the Cal Cities events that a lot of council members go to, but not all council members. But then there's other professional development or other opportunities that you may want to apply your allocation to specifically. And so it's just again, going back to the principle here is, recently I've received some requests from council members, and I shouldn't be in the position of deciding, well, yes or no, you can do that or not do that. Each council member should manage their own training budget, right? And that this similarity holds. We don't have a per employee professional development budget. We'd like to move towards that in the future, but that similar analysis holds. And then you can go to more trainings, but if you exceed that budget, you might have to pay a bit out of your own pocket for it. It might drive if you stay 3 nights or 2 nights in a hotel or what have you. But that's the high level policy driver on this. We can play around with the dollar amount. It's we currently, I believe, have about 26,000 that's budgeted related to training, conference, and travel for city council. So this total amount is not a big increase over that, but just being mindful of, what's a reasonable amount.
I think it's a really good idea, because it evens it.
Smart pose.
Right.
Yeah, I would have a little bit of a challenge. I would have to work out my figures because I'm on the Coastal Cities group, and there is an expectation that cities will pick up the cost of travel for those obligations. So that would come out of my training budget.
That's not a training.
I know, but it's money and it's travel and it's like the same category. So I have to figure out how to handle that.
It's not training.
Well, those are workshops or conferences that happen. So it does fall into that same bucket.
So that's something to consider for council members that take on anything that's a statewide category.
And I should comment to Councilmember Beckmeyer's comment about that. I mean,
I'm sorry, it's 12:29. I'm going to move to extend the meeting to 12:45.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk so long.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, please vote.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Oh, oops.
Did you push the wrong button?
There we go. And that's the fifth yes.
in thinking about this, typically a city might have a fairly complicated policy that addresses this and says, hey, there's a category of travel here that is non-discretionary because you're appointed to a board and you have to go to that meeting in Southern California or in Oregon or whatever it is in conducting your duties. So I took the simple approach for this budget year to get this rolling. It could be the council's direction that throughout the course of next year, we actually want to bite off developing a more robust policy about this issue. Maybe in parallel, we could even develop it for employees' professional development. That fits into one of council's goals and strategies to do that. But in kind of the time constraints, just to get something in place, that was my approach. So
Fair enough, and I think, we make an estimate and we think we know what it is, and then we go, oh yeah, what about this? Oh, what about that? And then we build on that and refine it for the future. But this seems like a good starting place.
yeah, and I
Do you
just
agree?
thinking off the top of my head, another easy component to this could be, and we're going to allocate an additional 5,000 that's available for use as approved, as approved by the council or something.
Mhm.
But Ms. Carter, does that, I don't know if you were paying attention to what I was just saying, but we could say in addition to the 7 and the 3, we're going to budget an additional 5, and should there be some obligation that a council member needs to do on behalf of the city, then the council could concur that, yes, we should use that other 5,000 for that.
So I remember that there was some conference that I had really wanted Councilmember Beckmeyer to go to earlier, and because she had the concern that it was over the top, she didn't take it, but it was one that I thought would have really been helpful. And so with that in mind, I think we all seem to be in agreement that we really like the concept that's displayed here, and we're just at this point wondering what the right amount actually is. And without that data, it's hard to have that discussion. But it sounds like we have consensus that we're all in agreement that in concept, we're heading the right direction.
Yeah, and I appreciate your thinking of the, including an extra amount for new council members, because that is, Mary and I went to that together right after we got elected, so yeah, that's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sounds like we have consensus on that. So have consensus on all the budget strategies, and was there any other input on budget in our remaining time?
You have consensus on Sue wants to go home?
Hey.
Do we need a motion or not? I appreciated the detail about the capital improvement program and the projects that are needed. Give me a good sense of what our deferred maintenance and, now almost emergency costs are. I don't have a problem with any of those. So, I don't know, is there something else you are looking for, Kevin?
No, I'll turn to staff to see if there's any additional direction. Again, we'll be coming back at the proposed budget hearing in early June with a lot of detail.
That would be great.
So with that, the time is 12:33, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.